Looking back, it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment when the unease started. Most people would probably say it was the instant I saw the station, or maybe when I first felt that strange cold spot. But I think it began much earlier, during the endless hours I spent staring at dusty old maps, tracing phantom lines through forgotten parts of the state. I was 27 then, still riding high on a youthful blend of ambition and naivete, convinced I could unearth secrets that smarter, older historians had missed. My passion was forgotten infrastructure, specifically the early 20th century rail lines that crisscrossed the region, many abandoned after the Great Depression. I worked as a cartographer for a local historical society, a gig that sounded more glamorous than it was. Most days, it meant digitizing brittle maps and cross-referencing ledger entries. But every so often, a true mystery would emerge from the archives, a ghost on paper, and that was my fuel. That's how I found Blackwood Junction. It was listed in a 1924 rail company ledger, a thick, leather-bound monstrosity that smelled of dust and forgotten ambition. Page after page of meticulous entries detailed passenger numbers, cargo manifests, and maintenance schedules for dozens of small stations along the northernmost spur. Most of them I knew, or at least recognized the names, even if the stations themselves had long vanished. But then there was Blackwood Junction. It appeared for only a few months in early 1924. A handful of passenger arrivals, some outbound lumber, then nothing, just a blank space where its name used to be. No record of abandonment, no demolition orders, no mention in any subsequent ledgers or maps I could find. It simply stopped existing. It was as if someone had just erased it from history. This kind of phantom entry wasn't entirely unheard of. Small logging stops or temporary depots sometimes came and went without much fanfare. But Blackwood Junction had a solid, official-sounding name, and it was listed with the same formality as the larger established towns. It bugged me, a tiny scratch on the smooth surface of my meticulously organized historical data. My colleagues, seasoned researchers, just shrugged. Probably a paper error, old mister. Henderson suggested, waving a dismissive hand. They weren't as precise back then, but I knew better. Rail companies even then were fanatical about their records. Every tie, every screw, every stop was accounted for. I spent weeks trying to find any other mention of it. Nothing. The area it should have been in, according to its chronological placement in the ledger, was a deep wilderness, mostly state forest land now. Rugged, isolated, and rarely visited. Perfect, I thought. If it had existed, it would likely be undisturbed. That was the allure, you see. The idea of finding something utterly forgot, a time capsule waiting to be unearthed. I imagined a quaint, moss-covered platform, maybe a small, ruined building, a relic of a bygone era. It was less about historical significance and more about the thrill of the hunt, the romantic notion of discovery. My initial plan was straightforward. Cross-reference old topographical maps with the ledger's vague locational clues, then use modern GPS to narrow down a search area. The northern spur track still existed, mostly. It was a decommissioned line, long since overgrown, but the physical path was still there, winding its way through the dense pines and craggy hills. My hope was to find a deviation, a slight widening, or even just some peculiar tree growth that might indicate a former structure. The day I decided to go exploring, the air hung heavy and still. It was late autumn, the kind of day where the sky was a flat, bruised gray and the cold had a damp, penetrating quality. The kind of day that makes you want to stay indoors with a hot drink, not venture deep into the woods alone. But my obsession had reached a fever pitch. I had marked a rough coordinate grid on my GPS, centered on what I believed was the most likely location for Blackwood Junction, based on distances between other known stops. I told my roommate I was going hiking, that I'd be back by sundown. I remember thinking if I found anything, it would be a brief scout, a quick confirmation before I returned with proper gear and perhaps a colleague. This was just a preliminary trip, fueled by impatience and a stubborn refusal to let a simple historical anomaly go. That was my first mistake, underestimating the wilderness and overestimating my own cautiousness. I drove my old, beat-up Subaru Forester as far as the logging road would take me, then parked it off to the side, half hidden by a thicket of birches. The logging road quickly degraded into a narrow, muddy path that soon vanished altogether. From there, it was just the forest. Old-growth pines towered overhead, their needles forming a thick, springy carpet underfoot, muffling the sounds of my progress. The silence was immediate and profound, the kind that makes your ears ring slightly. It was sensory isolation, even before I knew that term, a deep quiet that swallowed the world outside. The further I went, the denser the woods became. The air grew colder, and the light, already dim under the overcast sky, struggled to penetrate the canopy. It was beautiful in a stark, uncompromising way. But as the hours passed and my GPS unit stubbornly displayed only trackless green, the initial excitement began to curdle into something else. Frustration, then a faint prickle of unease. I hadn't seen any game trails, no signs of other hikers, not even a discarded wrapper. It was truly untouched, and that solitude which I had initially craved was beginning to feel heavy. I pushed on, occasionally checking the faint, almost invisible indentation of the old rail bed. It was there, a slight rise in the terrain, choked with moss and fallen leaves. Following it was a slow, arduous task, often requiring me to scramble over fallen logs or push through thorny bushes. My backpack, light with just water, a few energy bars, and my GPS, started to feel heavy. My initial confidence started to waver, giving way to a more pragmatic concern about the dwindling daylight. I was about to give up, to admit defeat and turn back when I noticed it. Not the station itself, not yet, but something different about the trees. They were unnaturally straight, almost uniform as if planted, and then a sudden, almost imperceptible shift in the ground. The subtle, flat rise of the rail bed widened just a fraction, and a few yards to my left, the ground formed a distinct, flat plateau. It was small, no more than 20 feet wide, but clearly unnatural in the otherwise undulating forest floor. Someone had cleared this spot long ago. My heart gave a little thump. This was it. This had to be it. I pushed through a final curtain of low-hanging branches ducking under a dense spruce, and then I saw it. It wasn't a ruin in the picturesque sense. It was something far more unsettling. A single, small structure made of dark, weathered timber nestled deep within a clearing. It looked like a typical rural rail station, maybe a freight office or a tiny passenger shelter, but it was too intact, too preserved. The wood, though aged to a deep, mossy gray, hadn't completely rotted away. The roof was still mostly there, sagging dramatically in the center. And the windows were shattered, but shards of glass still clung to the frames like jagged teeth. I took a step closer, my boots crunching on something that wasn't pine needles. It was gravel. Real, honest-to-goodness railroad gravel, still clinging to the ground like a forgotten memory. The old rail line where I stood was indeed wider here, indicating a siding or a platform. My GPS beeped, confirming I was dead center in my target coordinates, Blackwood Junction. A thrill, pure and unadulterated, shot through me. I'd found it, the lost station. But mixed with that triumph was a growing sense of unease. The silence, which had been merely profound before, now felt oppressive. There was no wind rustling the branches, no birdsong, just the dull thud of my own heartbeat in my ears. The air was still, cold, and heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying wood. That's when I noticed the door. It wasn't completely shut. It hung ajar, leaning slightly inward, as if someone had just walked out of it moments ago. A single dark rectangle against the shadowy interior. And from that opening, a current of air, colder than the already frigid autumn afternoon, seemed to emanate. It wasn't a breeze, but a tangible pocket of glacial cold, prickling the hairs on my arms. And then I heard it, a faint metallic creak like old hinges groaning. It came from inside the station, just a single soft sound barely audible over the rush of my own blood. But it was there, and it shouldn't have been. I was alone, miles from anywhere, in a place forgotten by time. The silence had been absolute until now. The creak was tiny, a whisper, but it ripped through the heavy quiet like a tear in fabric. It was the first crack in the illusion of safety, the first cold breath of dread. My rational mind, always quick to offer explanations, scrambled for one. A gust of wind, an animal, but there was no wind. The air was absolutely still, and an animal wouldn't make a sound like that, not a metallic groan of old hinges. It was a precise, deliberate sound echoing in the profound silence. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the sudden, crushing quiet. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and run, to scramble back through the dense pines, to get to the reassuring thrum of my Subaru and the distant, familiar world. But the other part of me, the obsessive, curious cartographer, was glued to the spot. This was Blackwood Junction, the forgotten place, and something was here. The cold, which had been a distinct current, now seemed to solidify, wrapping around me like an invisible cloak. It wasn't just cold, it felt wrong. It had a quality that went beyond temperature, a kind of emptiness that made the skin prickle. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, trying to discern another sound, another movement. Nothing. The station remained a silent, dark maw in the fading light. The leaning door seemed to beckon, or perhaps to warn. With a deep, shaky breath, I took another step forward. My boots crunched on the gravel. The closer I got, the more the cold intensified, a wave of glacial air that seemed to pull the warmth from my bones. The air within my lungs felt thin, sharp. I peered around the edge of the door. The interior was almost completely dark, save for a few slivers of weak, late afternoon light filtering through the shattered windows and the gaps in the sagging roof. The smell hit me first, not just damp earth and decaying wood, but something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood mixed with iron, overlaid with a musty, indescribable odor that sent a shiver down my spine. It was a smell of deep age and neglect, but also something else, something organic and wrong. My hand, without conscious thought, went to my pocket, fishing out my phone. The flashlight beam cut through the gloom, a thin, wavering spear of light. The first thing it illuminated was the floor, old, wide planks, some warped and buckling, covered in a thick layer of dust and what looked like fine, black grit. It wasn't dirt. It was too uniform, too unnatural. I pushed the door open a little further, wincing as the hinges let out another, louder groan, a drawn-out cry that echoed in the small space. The sound made me jump, and I almost dropped my phone. The cold instantly became overwhelming, a physical weight. My breath plumed out in front of me in the frigid air. It was far colder inside than it was outside, and it was autumn, not winter. This wasn't right. The beam of my flashlight swept across the interior. It was a single room, surprisingly small for what I'd imagined as a station. No ticket counter, no benches for passengers, just a bare empty space roughly 15 feet by 20. The walls were lined with rough-hewn timber, stained dark with age and what looked like streaks of damp. The roof joists were visible, crisscrossing overhead like skeletal fingers. But it wasn't entirely empty. In the center of the room, on a small, rickety table, sat a ledger. A thick, leather-bound book, almost identical in size and shape to the one I had found in the Historical Society archives. And next to it, a tarnished brass lantern, the kind that would have burned kerosene. Both looked as though they had just been placed there. They were covered in dust, but not nearly as much as the floor or the walls. They looked recent, relatively. My gaze was drawn to the ledger. It was open. My flashlight beam danced over the pages. The handwriting was neat, precise, in dark, faded ink. This was it. This was a record. My historical instincts, temporarily overridden by dread, surged back with a jolt of excitement. This was precisely what I had been searching for. I took a cautious step inside, then another. The floorboards creaked under my weight. The cold was now a constant, piercing ache. My fingers felt numb, my lips stiff. I could see my breath with every exhale. This wasn't just an old, unheated building. This was unnaturally cold, the kind of cold that seemed to come from within the very air itself. I approached the table, my footsteps echoing unnervingly. The ledger was indeed open. I could just make out the top of the page. Dates, names, entries. My excitement warred with the growing sense of dread, but curiosity won. I leaned closer, my flashlight beam focused. The ledger was titled Blackwood Junction Passenger and Freight Manifest. Below the title, the entries began. The first few pages were what I expected: passenger names, destinations, cargo manifests. All dated early 1924, matching the brief window I'd found in the archives. John Doe to Milltown, 2 crates lumber, outbound, standard stuff. But then, as I flipped a page with a trembling hand, the entries changed. The handwriting remained the same, but the content shifted. It became less about passengers and freight and more descriptive, and increasingly unsettling. One entry dated March 14, 1924 read, Passenger arrival, Mr. Elias Thorne, destination, Blackwood, cargo, 1 large trunk, unmarked. Note, Mr. Thorne displayed peculiar reticence regarding his purpose, demanded absolute solitude. Another from March 20th, passenger arrival, Dr. Eris Blackwood, destination, Blackwood, cargo, several crates marked scientific instruments, fragile. Note, Dr. Blackwood seemed agitated, spoke of unique geological phenomena and peculiar energy signatures in the local area. Blackwood, the station was called Blackwood Junction, and a Dr. Eris Blackwood arrived. Coincidence, or was he the namesake? As I continued to turn pages, the entries grew more frequent and more bizarre. The passenger names became fewer, replaced by detailed observations, often in a cramped, hurried script. March 27th, peculiar vibrations noted in the earth. Locals report unusual animal behavior. Deer seen fleeing south in unprecedented numbers. The cold persists, even with rising temperatures outside. April 3rd, construction commenced on the research annex near the old mine shaft. Thorne supervises, but Blackwood directs the work. The hired men are uneasy. They complain of strange dreams and persistent headaches. One man, Peterson, deserted last night, said he heard voices in the stones. My blood ran cold, colder than the air in the station. A research annex, an old mine shaft, voices in the stones. This was no ordinary rail station. My fingers, numb with cold, fumbled as I turned another page. April 10th, Peterson's body found downstream near the river bend. No signs of struggle. Cause of death unknown. coroner's report inconclusive. Thorne merely noted it as an unfortunate incident. The men are more restless now. Blackwood dismisses their fears as superstition. An unfortunate incident, a body, desertion. My initial thrill of discovery was curdling into profound horror. This wasn't just a lost station, it was a site of something deeply wrong. I continued to read, mesmerized by the unfolding narrative. The entries became longer, more frantic. The handwriting occasionally slanting, ink smudged as if written in haste or distress. April 15th, experiments in the annex proceeding. The device hums with a low frequency, almost imperceptible, but it sets teeth on edge. The cold spot, which Blackwood insists is merely a geothermal anomaly, is expanding. Thorne is increasingly withdrawn, rarely leaving the annex. I believe he fears it. The entry was signed with a single initial, R. R. Who was R? The person keeping this ledger, a station master, perhaps, a clerk, the observer of this increasingly sinister unfolding. April 22nd. The humming is constant now. The birds have vanished entirely from the clearing. The trees here seem to weep, sap running like tears. Blackwood is ecstatic. He speaks of breaking the veil, of unleashing the primordial energies of the earth. He grows gaunt, his eyes burning with an unnatural light. I overheard him speaking in a strange language, whispering to himself. He seems less human. I felt a surge of nausea. Less human. What did that even mean? This wasn't just history, it was a descent into madness. A scientific expedition turned horrific. April 29th. Disaster. The device pulsed. A shriek not human, not animal, ripped through the clearing. The cold, it became unbearable. I saw them, shapes, shifting, indistinct, drawn from the deepest shadows. One of the new men, Thomas, saw them too. He screamed. They took him, dragged him into the earth near the annex. The ground simply opened. Blackwood laughed, a terrible hollow sound. Thorne is gone. The annex door is smashed open. R is trapped here. Must document, R must warn. My hand was shaking so violently I could barely hold the phone steady. The flashlight beam jumped across the page, making the words dance. They took him. The ground simply opened. This was beyond anything I had ever encountered, anything I could have imagined. This wasn't a historical anomaly. It was a horror story, written in ink, preserved in this frozen, forgotten station. I flipped to the next page. The ink was bolder, the handwriting larger, as if pressed with desperate force. May 3rd, the cold is everywhere. It penetrates everything. My skin is numb. My thoughts are freezing. I hear whispers from the shadows, from the very air. They want me to join them. They want me to forget. Blackwood is still out there near the annex. He's changed. He moves with a strange grace. He doesn't speak, but he watches, always watches. The train, it never came. No one comes. We are forgot. R is alone. R must resist. R must not become one of them. May 7th, the light is fading. Not just the sun, but the light within me. The dreams, they are too vivid. The whispering is incessant. I see shapes in my peripheral vision. They are hungry. They are ancient. They are waiting. Blackwood, he beckons from the darkness. He wants me to open the door to let the others in. The others that are always there, just beyond the edge of sight. R is tired. So tired. The cold, it calls to R. The final entry, the very last one, it was barely legible, a scrawl of desperate, fading ink. May 9th, R can no longer fight. They are here, always here. The cold, it is peace. Blackwood, he smiles. He is one of them now. R joins. Forget. Sleep. Blackwood Junction, the gate. Never forget the gate. Don't open it. Don't let them. The words trailed off into an incoherent smudge, as if the pen had fallen from a lifeless hand, or the writer had simply dissolved. I slammed the ledger shut. The sound was deafening in the profound silence of the station. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. My breath was coming in ragged gasps, misting heavily in the glacial air. My entire body was trembling, a deep, uncontrollable shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. This wasn't just a record, this was a warning, a desperate, terrifying account of something unspeakable. A gate, primordial energies, shapes in the shadows, and a cold that seemed to consume life. The cold in this station, the cold that was leaching the warmth from me even now, was it? The energy source, the gate. My mind, still trying to rationalize to find a scientific explanation, was failing spectacularly. This ledger described something supernatural, something horrific, and it was all happening right here in this forgotten clearing, in this impossible cold. I glanced around the small room again, the shattered windows, the sagging roof, the dusty floor. It was all a stage for this chilling drama, and I, the curious cartographer, had stumbled right onto it. My gaze fell on the brass lantern beside the ledger. Had R been using this to write in the flickering light, documenting their final, terrifying days? I reached out a trembling hand, hesitated, then pulled it back. No, don't touch anything else, don't disturb anything, just get out. But as I pulled my hand back, my flashlight beam briefly caught something else on the table, tucked away beneath the ledger. A small, wooden box. It was plain, unassuming, about the size of a jewelry box. My heart was still racing, but the insatiable curiosity, the very drive that had led me here, was a powerful, dangerous force. Despite the terror screaming in my gut, I couldn't leave without knowing. What else did R hide? What other secrets did Blackwood Junction hold? Slowly, carefully, I reached out again, my fingers stiff and aching with cold. I pushed the ledger slightly aside and picked up the wooden box. It was surprisingly heavy for its size. The wood was dark, aged, smooth beneath my fingertips. There was no clasp, no lock, just a simple, sliding lid. With a deep breath, I slid the lid open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded, velvet-like cloth, were two objects. The first was a tarnished silver locket shaped like a teardrop. It looked old, almost antique. My thumb traced its smooth, cold surface. It felt significant, personal. The second object, however, was what truly made my blood run cold for a second time. It was a small, crudely carved wooden idol. It depicted a vaguely humanoid figure, gaunt and elongated, with disproportionately long limbs and a head that was more a collection of sharp angles and hollow depressions than a recognizable face. It seemed to be screaming, or perhaps just gaping in eternal horror. Its eyes were two tiny, obsidian chips, and even in the weak beam of my flashlight, they seemed to reflect a profound, ancient malice. And around the neck of the idol, a thin, tarnished chain. On the chain, a small, polished stone. Not a gem, but a smooth, dark gray stone veined with faint, iridescent lines that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light. It was utterly featureless, yet it exuded a palpable sense of wrongness, a coldness that seemed to a man emanate from within it, rather than simply being a low temperature. I immediately recognized the stone from the ledger's description. Voices in the stones, peculiar geological phenomena, primordial energies of the earth. This was a piece of whatever Blackwood had been experimenting with. This was a piece of the gate. A sickening wave of dizziness washed over me. I felt as if the air was being sucked from the room, leaving me gasping. The idol, with its gaping maw and obsidian eyes, seemed to pulsate faintly in the dim light. And the stone, the cold from it, was intense, radiating outwards, making my entire hand ache. It felt like holding a fragment of pure void. A thought, cold and clear as ice, pierced through the fog of my terror. R had been documenting Blackwood's descent, his experiments, the gate. This idol, this stone, they were connected. Perhaps they were designed to contain or channel the very thing that the ledger described, or maybe to protect R from it. But R had failed. R had joined them. I stared at the stone, fascinated and repulsed. The iridescent veins seemed to glow faintly like frozen lightning. It was mesmerizing, terrifying. I felt a strange pull from it, a faint, almost imperceptible hum that vibrated deep in my bones. It was a whisper, a silent song from something impossibly ancient, something that shouldn't exist. My fingers instinctively tightened around the box, the stone pressing into my palm. A deep, bone-aching cold shot up my arm. My hand began to tingle, then to ache with a dull, persistent throb. The room seemed to grow darker, the shadows deepening and stretching, reaching out like grasping fingers. And then I felt it, not just the cold, but a distinct presence. It wasn't a visual presence, not something I could see, but I felt it as surely as I felt the ground beneath my feet. A heavy, oppressive awareness pressing in on me from the shadows of the room. It was vast, ancient, and utterly, malevolently cold. It felt like being watched by something immense, something that had been patiently waiting for a very long time. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Every fiber of my being screamed danger. This wasn't just a cold spot or an old building. This was alive, or something pretending to be. My eyes darted around the room, frantically searching the gloom. Nothing, just shadows, but the feeling intensified, focusing on me, on the box in my hand. It was as if the very air itself had grown teeth. I realized with a jolt of terror that the soft, metallic creak I had heard when I first arrived, the creak that had drawn me in, might not have been a sound of the building settling or old hinges groaning. It might have been a subtle invitation, a lure. The box felt impossibly heavy in my hand, as if it contained not just wood and silver, but the weight of all the horror described in the ledger. I needed to get out. Now. I carefully, almost reverently, closed the lid of the wooden box. The moment the stone was hidden, the immediate, intense cold in my hand lessened, replaced by a lingering ache. The suffocating pressure in the room eased just a fraction, but the feeling of being watched remained, a constant, unsettling prickle. I tucked the box into the deepest pocket of my backpack, the one with the zipper, hoping its small size and the layers of fabric would offer some protection, some containment, some barrier against whatever dark energy it held. I didn't know why I took it. Maybe it was the historian in me, desperate to preserve an artifact. Maybe it was a subconscious need to take something, anything, from this terrifying place as proof, as a witness. Or maybe a far more primal, foolish instinct to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. My hands. I took a final, sweeping look around the station. The dust, the shattered windows, the eerie silence. The small, rickety table still held the ledger, now closed, a silent testament to the horrors within its pages. I didn't want to touch it again. I wanted to forget I ever read it. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I turned and practically ran for the door. My boots crunched loudly on the black grit on the floor. The cold seemed to clutch at my ankles, trying to pull me back. I burst out of the station, gasping for breath, into the chill, fading light of the autumn afternoon. The moment I was outside, the suffocating cold lessened, though the air still felt much colder than it should have been. The oppressive sense of being watched receded slightly, but didn't vanish entirely. It was as if a powerful, invisible gaze had simply retreated to the shadows of the building, still observing. I didn't look back, I didn't dare. My only thought was to put as much distance as possible between myself and Blackwood Junction. I scrambled back through the dense spruce curtain, my movements clumsy and panicked. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I didn't care about stealth, about quiet. I just needed to move. The forest, which had seemed so beautiful and serene hours ago, now felt menacing, every shadow a potential lurking presence, every rustle of leaves a whisper from something unseen. The towering pines, once majestic, now loomed like silent, judging giants. I tried to follow the faint indentation of the old rail bed, but my fear-addled mind struggled to navigate. I stumbled, tripped over roots and fallen logs, scraped my hands and knees. The backpack bounced awkwardly, and I could feel the hard, angular shape of the wooden box pressing against my back, a constant, chilling reminder of what I had found. The light was fading fast. The bruised gray sky was deepening into an inky twilight. The prospect of being trapped in this forest after dark with whatever was in that station was a terror that lent speed to my weary legs. I finally found a recognizable landmark, a large, moss-covered boulder I remembered passing earlier. This way. Good. I started to pick up the pace, pushing through the thorny bushes, ignoring the painful scratches on my arms and face. The sun had completely set by the time I finally stumbled out onto the narrow, muddy logging road. The world was now a deep, oppressive indigo, the trees mere silhouettes against the last faint glow in the western sky. I could see the faint outline of my Subaru, half hidden by the thicket of birches. A beacon of safety, of sanity. I didn't run, I sprinted the last 100 yards, my lungs burning, every muscle screaming in protest. Fumbling with the keys, I yanked open the driver's side door and practically fell into the seat, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. I locked all the doors, a pointless, desperate gesture that offered no real security against the things described in the ledger, but provided a momentary illusion of safety. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely insert the key into the ignition. My breath was still coming in ragged gasps, and I could feel tears stinging my eyes, a mixture of fear, exhaustion, and profound, bone-deep dread. The engine sputtered once, then caught, roaring to life. The familiar vibration, the faint smell of gasoline and worn upholstery were like a lifeline to the sane world. I switched on the headlights, their twin beams cutting through the encroaching darkness, illuminating the winding, muddy track ahead. I didn't bother turning around. I just put the car in reverse, backed out of the thicket, and sped down the logging road, tires spitting mud and gravel. I drove faster than was safe, the rough track jarring the car, but I didn't care. The further I got, the safer I felt, even if the cold ache in my right hand where I had held the wooden box persisted. The logging road eventually gave way to a rough gravel path and then finally to a paved country road. The blessed glow of distant streetlights, the occasional passing car, felt like miracles. Civilization, humanity. A world where things like Blackwood Junction, primordial energies, and screaming wooden idols simply did not exist. I drove for what felt like hours, the tension in my shoulders never easing, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something following me from the darkness of the woods. My mind replayed the words from the ledger, the image of the gaunt idol, the crushing, unnatural cold. It wasn't until I reached the outskirts of my town, the familiar hum of traffic and the neon glow of businesses painting the night, that I dared to relax my grip on the steering wheel. My knuckles were white, my hands stiff and numb. I pulled into my apartment complex parking lot, the bland, familiar concrete a stark contrast to the ancient, horrifying wilderness I had just escaped. I parked the car, but I couldn't bring myself to get out immediately. I just sat there, engine idling, the warmth from the heater trying and failing to thaw the chill that had settled deep within my bones. My roommate Sarah would be home. She'd ask about my hike. What would I tell her? Oh, I found a lost rail station, read a diary about cosmic horror, and brought back a cursed idol. She'd think I was insane. Maybe I was. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the images, the words, the terrifying cold, but they were burned into my mind. The story of Blackwood Junction, Dr. Eris Blackwood, Elias Thorne, and R, the desperate chronicler of their descent. Slowly, reluctantly, I reached for my backpack. I unzipped the main compartment, my fingers brushing against the wooden box in the inner pocket. It was still there. Its presence was a tangible weight, a radiating cold that I could now feel even through the fabric. I hesitated. Should I just throw it away, bury it, burn it? But what if that made things worse? What if it was a containment device? What if it was important? The historian in me, battered and terrified, still recognized its significance. This wasn't just a trinket, it was a key to a secret history, a terrifying truth hidden beneath the veneer of the mundane. With a sigh that felt like it came from the depths of my very soul, I pulled the backpack off and slung it onto the passenger seat. I needed a hot shower, a hot meal, and then I needed to process all of this, or try to. The cold, however, wasn't just a memory. It had followed me. It clung to me, a persistent, internal chill that no amount of heat could dispel. And I could still feel the faint, almost imperceptible hum that had emanated from the stone, now a subtle vibration in the very air around me, a silent, unseen presence. I got out of the car, the night air crisp and cold, but nowhere near the unnatural chill of the station. I locked the car, pausing to glance at the back window. The woods were miles away, hidden by buildings and city lights. But the feeling, the awareness of something ancient and terrible, lingered. As I walked towards my apartment building, the silence of the night, usually comforting, now felt pregnant with possibility. Every distant siren, every rustle of leaves in the landscaped bushes made me jump. I was no longer just a cartographer searching for forgotten lines on a map. I was a witness, a carrier. And the story wasn't over, not for Blackwood Junction, and certainly not for me. The gate R had called it, don't open it, don't let them, but I had. I had gone through the door, read the ledger, taken the box. And now I had to wonder, had I truly left Blackwood Junction behind? Or had Blackwood Junction, or something from it, followed me home? The cold in my chest, the faint hum in my ears, suggested an answer I desperately didn't want to hear. The apartment, usually a haven of mundane comfort, now felt like a fragile shell. The air inside, though warm from the building's heating, still carried that internal chill I'd felt ever since leaving Blackwood Junction. It wasn't a physical temperature, but a pervasive coldness that settled deep in my bones, a shiver that no amount of warmth could truly banish. And the hum. It was faint, almost imperceptible, a low thrumming that seemed to vibrate in the very air, in the deepest recesses of my ears, a constant, unsettling companion. I managed to haul myself out of the car. the backpack slung awkwardly over my shoulder, its weight pressing the wooden box against my back like a branding iron. The walk to my apartment door felt like a gauntlet. Every shadow seemed to stretch and writhe, every rustle of leaves in the potted plants by the entrance sounded like a whispered warning. I fumbled with my keys, my hands still numb and trembling, and finally pushed open the door. "Hey, you're late. Did you have a good hike?" Sarah's voice, bright and normal, pierced the veil of my terror. She was in the living room, curled on the sofa with a book, a mug steaming on the coffee table beside her. I managed a weak smile, a pathetic attempt at normalcy. "Yeah, fine, just got a bit lost. It got dark quickly." My voice sounded raspy, foreign even to my own ears. Sarah looked up, her brow furrowing slightly. "You look like you've seen a ghost, and you're freezing. Come on, get inside, I'll make you some tea." She was right, I was freezing despite the internal heat of the apartment, and I felt like I had indeed seen a ghost, or worse. I peeled off my jacket, the warmth of the apartment doing little to displace the chill that clung to me. No tea, thanks, just going to take a shower. I'm exhausted." I retreated to my room before she could question me further. The backpack felt impossibly heavy as I dropped it onto my desk chair. My eyes immediately went to the zippered pocket where the wooden box lay. Even through the fabric, I could sense its presence, a radiating cold that seemed to draw the light from the room. The shower did little to help. The hot water stung my skin, but the cold remained, a deep, pervasive ache that seemed to emanate from within me. I scrubbed vigorously, trying to wash away the scent of damp earth and decay, the metallic tang that still seemed to cling to my nostrils, but it was useless. The memory, the feeling, the cold were etched into me. Afterward, wrapped in a thick towel, I stared at my reflection in the steamed-up mirror. My face was pale, my eyes wide and bloodshot, dark circles beneath them. I looked haunted, and I felt it. I couldn't eat. The thought of food made my stomach churn. I tried to distract myself, to watch TV, to read, but the words on the screen, on the page, blurred before my eyes. My mind was a relentless loop of images: the crumbling station, the open ledger, the horrific entries, the grotesque idol, the cold, always the cold. Sarah eventually came to my door, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay? You're really quiet, and you're shivering. Do you have a fever?" She reached out a hand to my forehead, but I flinched away almost instinctively. "No, I'm fine, just tired, and it was really cold out there. I think I caught a chill." I forced another fake smile. She eyed me skeptically, but let it go. "All right, well, if you need anything, I'm here. Try to get some sleep." Sleep, the thought sent a fresh wave of dread through me. The ledger had mentioned dreams, vivid dreams, whispers. I imagined lying in the dark, the words from Ar's final entry echoing in my mind. They want me to join them. They want me to forget. I spent most of the night sitting upright in bed, a blanket wrapped tightly around me, the light on. I tried to convince myself it was all a delusion, a figment of an overtired, overstimulated imagination. A dilapidated station, an old diary, a creepy wooden carving. Any historian worth their salt knew how easily such things could play on the mind. But the cold, the hum, and the vivid, stark memory of the terror I'd felt were undeniable. As the first faint light of dawn seeped through my curtains, painting the sky a pale, hopeful gray, I finally allowed myself to open the backpack. My hands trembled as I unzipped the pocket and carefully, slowly pulled out the wooden box. The moment it was in my hands, the cold intensified. It wasn't just a low temperature, it was a hungry cold, a void that seemed to suck the warmth from my flesh, leaving my fingers aching and numb. The faint hum in the air sharpened, becoming a subtle vibration in my bones, a resonance with something deep and ancient. I stared at the plain, dark wood of the box. It looked so innocuous, so ordinary, but I knew what lay within. With a deep, shuddering breath, I slid the lid open. The tarnished silver locket gleamed faintly in the dawnlight, almost beautiful, but my eyes were drawn inevitably to the idol. The crudely carved angular figure seemed to gape at me, its obsidian eyes reflecting the dim light with an unsettling intensity. And the stone, the dark gray stone, veined with iridescent lines, pulsed with that internal cold, radiating an almost palpable sense of wrongness. It was like a shard of night made solid, a piece of primordial dread. I picked up the idol, my fingers gingerly avoiding the stone for a moment. It felt unexpectedly light, almost hollow, despite its heavy implications. The craftsmanship was unsettlingly precise for such a crude design, as if the carver had intimately understood the horrors it depicted. Then, with a morbid fascination, I grasped the stone. The cold was instantaneous and overwhelming. It wasn't just a chilling sensation. It was a draining, soul-deep cold that seemed to leach away not just physical warmth, but energy, resolve, even thought. My fingers tightened around it, an involuntary reaction, and the faint hum intensified, vibrating through my entire arm straight to my chest. It felt like holding a fragment of pure emptiness, a piece of the cosmos where life simply didn't belong. A strange, almost imperceptible whisper seemed to brush against the edges of my mind. It wasn't words, not really, but a faint, insistent suggestion, a concept rather than a sound. Forget. Sleep. I immediately dropped the idol back into the box, my hand recoiling as if burned. The stone clattered against the velvet lining, and the oppressive cold and humming receded, leaving behind only the lingering ache in my hand and a profound sense of unease. This wasn't just an artifact, this was active. It was connected to whatever Blackwood had unleashed, whatever R had documented. It was a fragment of the gate, and I had brought it home. Panic, cold and sharp, began to truly set in. What had I done? My initial impulse to preserve an artifact, to bring back proof, now seemed like the height of hubris, of suicidal foolishness. I had taken a piece of pure horror, a fragment of whatever ancient, malevolent entity Blackwood had sought to tap into, and invited it into my life. I slammed the box lid shut, as if closing it could somehow contain the dread, the cold, the whispers. I wrapped it tightly in an old scarf, then stuffed it into a small, locked metal strongbox I used for important documents. I then buried that strongbox deep in the back of my closet, beneath a pile of blankets and clothes. Out of sight, out of mind, or so I hoped. That day I called in sick to the Historical Society. My head throbbed, my stomach was in knots, and my mind was a chaotic mess. Sarah left for her morning shift, giving me another worried glance. The apartment was blessedly silent once she was gone, but the silence felt heavy, watchful. I sat at my computer, fingers hovering over the keyboard. I needed answers. I needed to understand what I had stumbled into. My training as a cartographer and historian had always been about uncovering verifiable facts, dates, names, locations, not cosmic horror, but the ledger was real. The station was real. The stone felt undeniably real. I started with Dr. Eris Blackwood, a simple online search. It was a long shot. Blackwood Junction vanished from records in 1924. If Blackwood himself was involved in something so strange, it was unlikely he'd be a celebrated figure. To my surprise, the name yielded results. not a celebrated figure, but a notorious one. Dr. Eris Blackwood, it turned out, was a disgraced academic. A series of brittle digitized newspaper clippings from the early 1920s flashed on my screen. He had been a brilliant, if eccentric, geologist and natural philosopher at a prestigious East Coast university. His early work focused on unique mineral formations and geomagnetism, earning him a reputation as an innovative, albeit controversial, thinker. But then the tone of the articles shifted dramatically. By late 1923, Blackwood's theories had spiraled into what his peers deemed pseudoscientific mysticism. He began publishing papers on telluric currents, subterranean energies, and the concept of chthonic consciousness, a belief that the very earth possessed a sentient, ancient awareness. His writings became increasingly esoteric, filled with references to forgotten civilizations, unearthly dimensions, and the idea that certain geological formations acted as conduits or gates for these energies. His colleagues dismissed him as a madman. The university, embarrassed by the scandal, stripped him of his tenure in early 1924, citing his descent into outright occultism. That's when he vanished from academic circles. Blackwood Junction, March 20, 1924. Dr. Eris Blackwood, destination, Blackwood, cargo, several crates marked scientific instruments fragile. Note, Dr. Blackwood seemed agitated. Spoke of unique geological phenomena and peculiar energy signatures in the local area. It fit horrifyingly well. This was the same man. He hadn't vanished. He had simply retreated to the wilderness, to a place where he could pursue his forbidden research unhindered, a place he likely believed harbored one of these conduits. He had found Blackwood Junction, or perhaps established it. Next, I searched for Elias Thorne. This name was less prominent. A few old articles mentioned him as a wealthy, reclusive industrialist, known for funding unconventional research projects that mainstream science wouldn't touch. He had a reputation for being ruthless and secretive, with an almost pathological interest in acquiring rare artifacts and unusual geological specimens. The ledger entry suddenly made more sense. Mr. Elias Thorne, destination, Blackwood. Cargo, one large trunk, unmarked. Note, Mr. Thorne displayed peculiar reticence regarding his purpose, demanded absolute solitude. He was funding Blackwood's mad experiments, likely hoping to profit from whatever primordial energies could be harnessed. The pieces were clicking into place, forming a picture far more terrifying than any historical anomaly. This wasn't just a forgotten station. It was a secret laboratory, a nexus point for something ancient and malevolent. My fingers trembled as I searched for chthonic consciousness, telluric currents, primordial energies, earth gates. The internet, ever a repository of both truth and madness, quickly led me down rabbit holes of fringe theories, occult texts, and conspiracy forums. Most of it was nonsense, wild speculation, but scattered among the dross were tantalizing fragments that resonated with the ledger. References to ley lines, ancient stone circles, places where the veil between worlds was thin. Stories of entities that predated humanity, sleeping beneath the earth, stirring in response to certain rituals or disturbances. I found a digitized copy of one of Blackwood's later self-published pamphlets, dated 1923. The language was dense, almost impenetrable, but the core ideas were chillingly clear. He believed these chthonic entities could be contacted, even controlled, through specific resonance frequencies generated by unique geological formations and amplified by man-made devices. He theorized that these beings existed in a state of cold stasis, a non-physical dimension where conventional laws of physics did not apply. He spoke of the Great Cold, a fundamental force associated with these entities, a cosmic emptiness that was both their essence and their medium. The cold, the unnatural, soul-deep cold in the station, the cold radiating from the stone in my closet, the great cold. My blood ran cold for an entirely new reason. This wasn't just a metaphor. Blackwood wasn't just a madman, he was a madman who had been onto something terrible. I continued to read, my eyes aching from the strain, my body humming with a nervous energy that transcended mere fatigue. I researched old mine shafts in that specific region. The area around Blackwood Junction was indeed known for scattered, abandoned mineral claims from the late 19th and early 20th centuries, mostly for copper and lead, none of them particularly successful. It would have been easy for Blackwood to find a secluded, forgotten mine shaft to establish his research annex without attracting attention. The description of Peterson's body, no signs of struggle, cause of death unknown, matched other vague reports I found about people who vanished in remote areas around that time, often linked to local legends of forest spirits or things that walk the woods at night. The coroner's reports were always inconclusive, leaving bewildered families and local authorities with no answers. As the day wore on, a profound sense of isolation settled over me. This wasn't something I could take to the historical society. Mr. Henderson would just wave his dismissive hand again. Sarah would think I needed psychiatric help. I was alone with this, with the ledger's terrifying narrative, with Blackwood's mad theories, and with the cold, humming object hidden in my closet. The hum, I noticed, was growing stronger. It was no longer just in my ears. It felt like it was in my very bones, a subtle vibration that left me feeling unsettled and on edge. The temperature in my apartment also seemed to drop slightly, especially in my bedroom. I found myself reaching for a sweater, then a thicker one, despite the central heating running normally. By late afternoon, I realized I hadn't eaten or drunk anything since the previous day. My head was pounding, and a strange, dizzying disorientation washed over me periodically. I tried to make myself a sandwich, but the bread seemed stale, the cheese strangely metallic tasting. I threw it out. The sun began to set, painting the sky in fiery hues that did little to dispel the encroaching shadows in my apartment. I didn't want the night to come. The dreams are described in the ledger, the whispers they preyed on my mind. Sarah arrived home just as the last vestiges of daylight faded. She took one look at me and gasped. "Are you sure you're okay? You look terrible. You're paler than ever and you're still shivering. You need to see a doctor." "I'm fine," I insisted, perhaps a little too sharply. "Just the flu, maybe. I'm going to bed." I retreated to my room, pulled the curtains shut, and got under the covers, fully dressed. The hum was louder now, a low, persistent thrumming that seemed to emanate from the wall of my closet. The room was distinctly colder, a palpable chill that seeped under my blankets. My breath plumed faintly in the air. This was no flu. I tried to sleep, but my mind raced. The images from the ledger flashed behind my eyelids, the shapes, the voices in the stones, Blackwood's unnatural light in his eyes, and Ar's final, desperate warning, the gate. Never forget the gate. Don't open it. Don't let them. A new thought, insidious and chilling, began to form in my mind. What if the stone wasn't just a part of the gate, but a key, a beacon, What if taking it from Blackwood Junction had activated something? What if it was drawing something to me? The cold in my room intensified. The hum vibrated through my bed frame, through my very bones, and then I heard it, a whisper, faint, indistinct, just at the edge of hearing, like a breath against my ear, even though no one else was in the room. It wasn't in English. It was a language of clicks and guttural sounds, ancient and alien, a language that seemed to scrape against the very fabric of my sanity. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the blanket tighter, trying to convince myself it was imagination, exhaustion, fever, but it felt too real. The cold was too real. The hum was too real. Sleep eventually came, not as a gentle descent, but as a sudden, sharp drop into a dreamscape more vivid and terrifying than anything I could have consciously imagined. I was back at Blackwood Junction, but it was different. The station wasn't crumbling, it was pristine, almost new, bathed in a strange twilight glow. The air was thick with that oppressive cold, but it felt alive. The ground around the station was not forest floor, but a vast expanse of dark, polished stone stretching to an inky horizon. The trees surrounding the clearing were not pines, but colossal, skeletal structures of black, twisted wood, their branches reaching like clawed fingers towards a sky filled not with stars, but with swirling, chaotic patterns of purple and green light. In the center of this impossible landscape stood Dr. Eris Blackwood, but he was not the gaunt, human figure described in the ledger. He was taller, impossibly thin, his limbs elongated and jointed at unnatural angles. His skin was translucent, almost shimmering, and his head was a mass of sharp angles and hollow depressions, like the idol I had found. His eyes, though, were intensely bright, twin points of glacial blue light. He didn't speak, but a low, vibrating hum emanated from him, a sound that resonated with the stone in my box. He extended a hand towards me, a hand with long, spindly fingers tipped with needle-sharp claws. He beckoned, not with warmth or invitation, but with a terrible, ancient hunger. And then I saw them, shapes. They moved in the swirling shadows beyond Blackwood, indistinct and formless, like ripples in dark water, yet undeniably there. They were vast, immense, and their presence radiated a cold that was a physical weight, pressing down on me, threatening to crush me. They whispered, a chorus of alien sounds that grated against my mind, tearing at the edges of my sanity. Join us, forget, sleep. I tried to run, but my legs were leaden. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. The cold from the idol in my pocket was a searing pain, burning rather than freezing. Blackwood smiled, a ghastly, silent rictus that stretched his angular face. He pointed towards the ground near where the research annex would have been. The polished stone began to crack, forming intricate patterns like frost on a window pane, and through the cracks something stirred, a deeper darkness, a colder light, the gate. I woke with a gasp, drenched in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs. My room was still dark, but the faint glow of the city lights seeped through the curtains. The hum was still there, a persistent thrum against my eardrums, but it wasn't as intense as in the dream. The cold in the room was palpable, misting my breath. I bolted upright, scrambling out of bed, the metal strongbox. I had to check it. I fumbled for my closet light, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the switch once. When the light finally came on, bathing the closet in a harsh, yellow glow, I clawed through the pile of clothes, my fingers closing around the cold metal box. It was still there, still locked, still wrapped in the scarf. But as I pulled it out, I noticed something else. The metal, usually dull and scratched, seemed to gleam with a faint, unnatural sheen. and the surface felt colder than it should have, even through the layers of fabric. More disturbingly, a small, dark patch had begun to form on the wall directly behind where the strongbox had been stored. It wasn't mold or dampness. It was a patch of deep, inky black, as if the color had been leached from the paint, leaving behind a void. And within that blackness, a faint, almost imperceptible shimmer, like the iridescent veins on the stone itself. My breath hitched. It was growing. Whatever was in that box, whatever energy it held, it wasn't content to be contained. It was radiating, leaking, spreading its malevolent influence. A panic truly seized me then. This wasn't just a historical mystery or a creepy artifact. This was an active threat, and it was in my home. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't risk Sarah or anyone else being exposed to whatever this was. I had to get it out. But where? Throw it in a dumpster, bury it, burn it. Ar's final entry echoed, "Don't open it. Don't let them." What if destroying it was exactly what they wanted? What if it was a containment device, as I'd foolishly speculated, or a key meant to be activated once it left its original location? My mind raced, grappling with impossible possibilities. I needed an expert, someone who understood things beyond normal historical records, someone who understood the occult, the esoteric, the truly strange. But who? My thoughts immediately went to Professor Alastair Finch. He was a retired academic, a former colleague of Dr. Eris Blackwood at the same East Coast university. Finch hadn't been an occultist, but he had been one of the few who, while vehemently disagreeing with Blackwood's later theories, had argued for a more nuanced understanding of his earlier, legitimate work. Finch had always been known for his intellectual curiosity, his open-mindedness, and his deep, if cautious, interest in historical anomalies and folklore. He'd even written a scathing but detailed critique of Blackwood's later pamphlets, demonstrating an intimate knowledge of the very concepts that now terrified me. He was old now, long retired to a quiet life in a small town several hours' drive away, but he was the only name that came to mind. The only one who might possess the knowledge, or at least the framework, to even begin to comprehend this nightmare. I knew it was a long shot. He was an academic, a man of logic and reason, but he had studied Blackwood. He knew the theories. He might at least point me in the right direction, or tell me I was insane. Either way, I needed to try. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers still numb with cold. It was barely 5:30 a.m., far too early to call, but I couldn't wait. I found his old university contact, then searched for a more current listing. A private number listed under his full name in a small town called Oakhaven. I hesitated, staring at the number on the screen. What would I say? "Hello, Professor Finch. I found a cursed wooden idol and a diary detailing cosmic horror, and I think I've accidentally opened a portal to an ancient evil in my apartment." He'd hang up, or call the authorities. But the dark patch on the wall, the humming, the lingering cold, and the terrifying dreams were undeniable. This wasn't going to go away on its own. It was escalating. I took a deep, shaky breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I had to be careful. I had to be rational. I had to present this as a historical anomaly, something requiring an expert's insights rather than a descent into madness. I decided to start with the ledger. That was solid proof, something tangible, something a historian could examine. I would mention the unusual cold, the strange descriptions, and Blackwood's connection. I wouldn't mention the idol or the stone, not yet, not until I had a chance to gauge his reaction. I dressed quickly, grabbing the warmest clothes I owned, despite the strange internal heat that now warred with the encroaching cold in my apartment. I left a note for Sarah, vaguely explaining that I had a sudden research opportunity and would be gone for a day or two. A flimsy excuse, but the best I could manage under the circumstances. The strong box, wrapped in its scarf, went into a smaller backpack, which I then stuffed into my main hiking backpack, surrounding it with extra clothing. I still didn't trust it. I couldn't leave it behind. It felt like a ticking time bomb, and I was the only one who could defuse it, or at least understand its mechanism. With the backpack secured, I took a final look at the dark patch on my closet wall. It seemed to have grown subtly, even in the short time since I'd first noticed it. The iridescent shimmer was more pronounced, like an oil slick on water, but of pure darkness. It pulsed faintly, a slow, hypnotic beat that mirrored the hum in my bones. This was wrong, all of it, and I was walking right into more trouble, driving towards a man who might dismiss me as a lunatic. But I had no choice. The alternative was to stay, to let whatever was festering in my closet consume me and perhaps everything else. I left the apartment, locking the door behind me. The hallway felt normal, blessedly free of the pervasive cold or the hum. But as I walked down the stairs, I could still feel the weight of the strongbox on my back. A constant, chilling reminder of the unknown horror I carried. My old Subaru Forester started without a hitch. I pulled out of the parking lot into the still dark streets, the first hint of sunrise just touching the eastern horizon. Oak Haven was about a 4-hour drive, 4 hours of relative safety, or 4 hours of a cold entity slowly seeping into my car, into me. The drive was a blur of nervous energy and growing anxiety. I kept the radio on, loud, trying to drown out the faint hum that seemed to accompany me. Every now and then, I'd glance at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see a shifting shadow in the back seat or a grotesque face peering over my shoulder. Nothing, just the familiar landscape flashing past. As the sun rose higher, chasing away the shadows, the initial terror began to recede, replaced by a grim determination. I was doing something. I was seeking answers. I was not just sitting there, waiting for whatever Blackwood had awakened to come for me. The towns I passed were small, sleepy, and unremarkable. Oak Haven was no different. A quaint, old-fashioned main street, a handful of shops, a general sense of quiet tranquility. It seemed an unlikely place for a man like Professor Finch to retire, a man who had once grappled with the most unsettling scientific and philosophical concepts. I found his address, a charming, albeit slightly overgrown, Victorian house on a tree-lined street. A single, ancient oak tree dominated the front yard, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, indicating signs of life. I parked my car a little down the street, feeling a surge of nervousness. This was it, the moment of truth. What if he truly thought I was insane? What if he was no help at all? What if, worse, he was somehow involved or knew more than he let on? I grabbed my smaller backpack, the one with the strongbox and the original ledger, which I'd carefully wrapped in a plastic bag to protect it. The cold radiating from the strongbox was still there, but muted, perhaps by the distance from my apartment, or perhaps by the sheer mundane normalcy of Oak Haven. I walked up the stone path to the front door, my boots crunching on fallen leaves. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorbell. My heart was pounding. This wasn't just a research visit, it felt like a plea for help, a desperate gamble. Finally, with a deep breath, I pressed the doorbell. The chimes echoed through the quiet morning, surprisingly loud. I waited. For a moment, nothing happened. I was about to ring again when I heard shuffling sounds from within and then the slow click of a lock. The heavy oak door opened inward, revealing a figure that was exactly as I had pictured. Tall, thin, with a shock of unruly white hair and a pair of spectacles perched on the end of a long nose. Professor Alastair Finch. He looked ancient, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, but his eyes, behind the thick lenses, were sharp, intelligent, and held a hint of weary wisdom. He was wearing an old tweed jacket over a flannel shirt and a slightly rumpled scarf. A faint scent of pipe tobacco and old books emanated from him. "Yes?" he asked, his voice a dry, reedy rasp. He looked at me, a stranger on his doorstep, with a mixture of polite curiosity and faint annoyance. "Professor Finch, my name is Protagonist's name. I'm a cartographer for the Historical Society in my town. I've come a long way. I need your help. It's about Dr. Eris Blackwood." At the mention of Blackwood's name, a flicker of something unreadable crossed his face, a momentary tightening of his lips, a darkening in his sharp eyes. He studied me for a long moment, his gaze penetrating, as if trying to discern my true purpose. "Blackwood, you say?" he finally replied, his voice still guarded. "That's a name I haven't heard in some time. Come in, then. It's too cold to chat on the doorstep." He stepped aside, ushering me into a large, dimly lit foyer. The house was exactly as I imagined. Tall ceilings, dark wood paneling, overflowing bookshelves lining every available wall. The air was thick with the scent of paper, leather, and that pervasive pipe tobacco. It felt like stepping into another era, a place where forgotten knowledge might indeed be guarded. I stepped inside, my heart thumping, the weight of the backpack heavy on my shoulders. The door clicked shut behind me, severing me from the outside world. I was now in the inner sanctum of the only man who might understand the terrifying truth I carried. "Please come into the study," Professor Finch said, leading the way down a short, narrow hall. "It's warmer there and quieter." The study was even more impressive than the foyer. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves groaned under the weight of countless volumes, some ancient and leather-bound, others more modern and academic. A large, ornate desk dominated the center of the room, piled high with papers, books, and various curiosities. A fire crackled merrily in a stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows on the walls and filling the room with a comforting warmth. He gestured to a worn leather armchair facing the fireplace. "Sit, sit. Can I get you some tea, coffee?" "No, thank you, Professor. I'm fine." I sank into the armchair, feeling a momentary relief from the journey, but the underlying tension remained. I placed my backpack carefully on the floor beside me. Professor Finch settled into a matching armchair opposite me, his gaze still fixed on my face. He steepled his fingers, his expression unreadable. "So, Blackwood, what about him? He's been dead for decades, as far as I know. His theories, such as they became, were, well, best forgotten, I would say." "Professor," I began, choosing my words carefully, "I'm a cartographer. My passion is forgotten infrastructure, specifically early 20th century rail lines. A few weeks ago, I stumbled upon an anomaly in an old ledger, a station called Blackwood Junction. It appeared for only a few months in 1924, then vanished without a trace." His eyebrows raised slightly. Blackwood Junction? Curious. I don't recall a station by that name ever being associated with Eris's unfortunate endeavors. He preferred far more isolated locales for his experiments. It was an isolated locale, I countered, a shiver running down my spine as I remembered the dense wilderness. Deep in the state forest, miles from any settlement, I found it, Professor, the station. His eyes widened fractionally. He leaned forward, a spark of genuine interest replacing his earlier wariness. You found it. Truly, that's remarkable, given its obscurity and the efforts, I assure you, to erase any trace of Blackwood's last known movements. Yes, I said, reaching for the plastic-wrapped ledger in my backpack, and I found this. I believe it belonged to the station master or perhaps a clerk. It details passenger and freight manifests, but then it changes. It becomes a diary, a record of what happened there. I placed the ledger on the small side table between us, pushing it gently towards him. He picked it up, his aged fingers carefully tracing the worn leather cover. He flipped it open, his gaze quickly scanning the first few pages of mundane entries. Then, as he reached the later entries, his expression shifted. The polite academic curiosity hardened into something more focused, a deep-seated apprehension that seemed to bloom in his eyes. He read in silence, turning page after page. I watched him, my heart thumping a desperate rhythm. The only sounds in the room were the crackling fire, the rustle of the pages turning. As he neared the end, his hand, which had been steady, began to tremble slightly. He paused at R's final entry, his gaze lingering on the smudged, desperate words, "Don't open it. Don't let them." He closed the ledger slowly, reverently, his eyes closed for a long moment. When he finally opened them, they were no longer merely apprehensive. They were filled with a profound, bone-deep weariness and a chilling recognition. He looked at me, and his eyes seemed to see not just me, but the horror I had brought with me. "My dear," he said, his voice barely a whisper, hoarse with emotion, "you have stumbled upon something truly terrible. This is no mere historical anomaly. This is a testament to an abyss. And it is, regrettably, entirely consistent with everything I came to understand about Eris Blackwood's final descent into that which lies beyond the veil." His words, though grim, were a strange relief. He didn't dismiss me, he understood. "So it's true," I breathed, the words heavy with dread. The things he wrote, the cold, the shapes, the gate. Professor Finch nodded slowly, his gaze distant, lost in memory. Eris Blackwood was a man of immense intellect, a brilliant mind in geology and geomagnetism, but he possessed a fatal flaw, an insatiable curiosity that drove him to probe where others dared not. He believed, as this ledger hints, that our world, our very reality, is merely a thin membrane over an older, colder, and infinitely more alien existence. He called it the chthonic domain. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his hands still clasped around the ledger. His early work, studying unique mineral formations, peculiar seismic activity, and anomalies in the Earth's magnetic field, led him to posit the existence of what he termed telluric currents, unseen energy lines crisscrossing the globe. Harmless, for the most part, a natural phenomenon. But then he began to theorize that certain points where these lines intersected or where unusual geological phenomena occurred weren't just energy conduits. He believed they were thresholds. He paused, a shiver seeming to pass through his thin frame despite the warmth of the fire. Gates to this chthonic domain. And that within this domain resided entities, not spirits, not demons in the religious sense, but ancient, primordial intelligences. Beings that were, in his words, conglomerations of pure energy and cosmic intent. He believed they existed in a state of absolute cold, a kind of non-physical stasis, waiting for a suitable conduit, a suitable disturbance to breach our reality. The great cold, I murmured, remembering Blackwood's pamphlet. Finch's head snapped up, his eyes widening slightly. You've read his later works then, the self-published pamphlets, the ones academia so readily dismissed. I nodded. I found some digitized copies. He spoke of chthonic consciousness and how the great cold was their essence and medium. Indeed, Finch said, his voice taking on a more academic, yet still deeply unsettling tone. He believed that these entities, being non-physical, could influence our reality through extreme temperature shifts, through a kind of mental suggestion, a form of psychic resonance. The whispers are describes, the dreams, these are classic symptoms of prolonged exposure. The entities seek to drain, to assimilate, to draw you into their state of cold stasis. They want you to forget, to sleep, to cease to be an individual consciousness and become part of their collective nothingness. He looked at the ledger again. This man, R, was remarkably resilient to have resisted for so long. Most succumb much faster once they are truly exposed. Exposed to what? I asked, my voice tight. The cold, the place itself. To the entity, Finch clarified gravely, or rather its localized influence. Eris theorized that the gate itself was not a physical doorway, but a place where the barrier between our dimension and theirs was thin enough to allow for a bleed-through of their essence. He believed he could, through specific geological and resonant frequencies, deliberately thin that veil further, perhaps even open it. He wanted to communicate with them, to harness their primordial energy. He was a fool, a brilliant, terrifying fool. And Thorne, I pressed, Elias Thorne, the industrialist mentioned in the manifest. Ah, Thorne, Finch scoffed, a bitter edge to his voice. A different kind of monster. He funded Eris, of course. Thorne was a scavenger, a man with no morals, only an insatiable hunger for power and wealth. He believed whatever Eris found could be weaponized or exploited. He saw the great cold not as a terrifying void, but as a limitless energy source, a tool for conquest. He bankrolled Eris's expedition to Blackwood Junction, seeking to profit from the madness. The pieces, once scattered and terrifying, were now forming a coherent, horrifying mosaic. A mad genius, a ruthless industrialist, a hidden station, and an ancient, malevolent force. What about the annex? I asked, remembering the ominous mention in the ledger. R said Blackwood was near the annex, and that the ground simply opened for Peterson. Finch frowned, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Eris spoke of needing a place of undisturbed geological stability, yet also a point of intense telluric activity. An old mine shaft, perhaps. It would provide the necessary depth and isolation for his resonance chambers. The ground simply opening, that is deeply disturbing. It suggests that whatever Eris achieved, it was not merely a thinning of the veil, but a true physical manifestation of their influence. A localized breach. And the fact that Peterson was simply taken implies a complete lack of resistance, a quick and absolute assimilation. The great cold consumes. He then looked at me, his gaze softening with concern. You found this station, you read this ledger, but you also mentioned an anomaly in your apartment, a cold that follows you, a hum, and other things. This was it, the moment of truth. I took a deep breath. Yes, Professor, the cold is internal but also radiating. My apartment has grown noticeably colder, and the hum, it's constant. I also had a dream, a terrifying dream of Blackwood, of shapes in the darkness, of a gate opening. I reached for my smaller backpack, pulling out the strongbox wrapped in its scarf. And then there's this. I placed the strongbox on the table, pushing it towards him. I found it hidden in the station beneath the ledger. R had hidden it. Finch's eyes, already sharp, narrowed as he observed the strongbox. He didn't immediately reach for it, but his gaze was intent. What is inside, my dear? I can feel a distinct resonance emanating from it, even through the metal. It's faint, but undeniably present. A chill, yes, and a low vibration. It feels familiar. His voice dropped to an almost inaudible whisper, like the instruments Eris used to build. It's a wooden box, I explained, untying the scarf. And inside there's a silver locket and a crudely carved wooden idol. But most importantly, there's a stone, a dark gray stone with iridescent veins. R mentioned voices in the stones. I think it's a piece of whatever Blackwood was experimenting with, a piece of the gate. I opened the strongbox, then with trembling fingers unlatched the wooden box inside. As the lid of the wooden box slid open, a palpable wave of cold washed over the small study. The fire in the hearth seemed to dim for a fraction of a second, its cheerful crackle faltering. A low, almost imperceptible hum filled the room, a sound that vibrated not just in the air, but in the very bones. Professor Finch gasped, a sharp intake of breath. His ancient eyes fixed on the contents of the box, not with fear, but with a profound, almost horrified recognition. His gaze went immediately to the idol, then settled on the stone. "The sigil stone," he whispered, his voice trembling slightly, "and the effigy of the Watcher." Eris spoke of these in his later manuscripts. He believed certain materials, specifically those with unique resonant properties and a high degree of crystalline purity, could act as conduits, and that certain symbolic representations, certain effigies, could focus the intent or even represent the very entities themselves. He reached out a hand, hesitant, then with a sudden resolve, picked up the idol by its wooden base, avoiding the stone. The cold intensified around his fingers, and he visibly shivered. This is a focal point, a physical representation designed to draw the attention of the entities, to make them aware, and the stone. He carefully, gingerly used a pen from his desk to prod the stone, rotating it slightly within its velvet bed. As the iridescent veins on its surface caught the light, they seemed to shimmer with an internal, dark glow. The hum in the room intensified, becoming a more distinct thrum against my ears. "This stone," he continued, his voice tight with awe and dread, "is a fragment of the gate itself. Eris believed that certain deep earth mineral deposits contain localized concentrations of the Great Cold, a condensed form of the chthonic domain. He called them nexus points. He believed that by extracting these sigil stones and crafting them, they could act as a key, a beacon, or even a containment device for the entity's influence." He carefully placed the idol back into the box, then looked at me, his expression grim. "You were right to be concerned about it, my dear. If this is truly a sigil stone and the effigy is linked to it, then you haven't merely brought an artifact into your home. You've brought a direct conduit, a localized thinning of the veil." "It's growing," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "The dark patch on my closet wall, it's expanding, and the cold, the hum, it's getting stronger." Finch's face tightened. "As I feared, this is not passive, it is active, and it is attempting to anchor itself in your home. It means the entity, or at least a fragment of its consciousness, is attempting to manifest. This idol and stone, they were likely designed by Blackwood to contain a small aspect of the entity's essence, to study it. But if R was indeed overcome, then whatever containment Blackwood had engineered, or R was attempting to maintain, has failed." And now, by taking it, you have essentially offered it a new anchor point. What do I do? I pleaded, a fresh wave of panic washing over me. I can't just leave it in my apartment. I can't destroy it, can I? What if that just releases whatever is inside? Finch considered this, his brow furrowed in deep thought. He ran a hand through his unruly white hair. A valid concern. Blackwood believed that to destroy a sigil stone without proper precautions could cause a catastrophic localized breach. He feared it would create a void, a literal hole in our reality, allowing the entities to pour through unimpeded. He paused, then looked at the fire, his eyes distant. He called them the empty ones, beings of cold, hunger, and silence. The thought of an actual void opening in my apartment, releasing these empty ones, sent a fresh wave of terror through me. So I can't destroy it, I can't leave it. What then? I asked, my voice rising slightly in desperation. Finch picked up the ledger again, his fingers tracing the faint imprint of Ar's final words. Ar's warning, don't open it, don't let them. It implies that the gate, once opened, is difficult to close, but also that the idol and stone were a means of controlling access, perhaps even sealing it from our side. If Blackwood truly believed these were conduits, he would also have sought ways to manage their influence. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the small wooden box. This is delicate. We cannot simply discard it. We need to understand its true mechanism. Blackwood, for all his madness, was a brilliant craftsman in these esoteric sciences. He wouldn't have created a device that couldn't be controlled, even if he himself ultimately lost control. Do you know how to control it? I asked, a glimmer of desperate hope appearing amidst the dread. Finch sighed, a long, weary sound. Not definitively. I studied Eris's theories, yes, but mostly to understand the nature of his delusion, to chart his intellectual downfall. I never truly believed in the veracity of the chthonic domain itself, until now, until you brought me this. He gestured to the open box. This is empirical evidence, my dear. Terrifying, undeniable empirical evidence. He closed the wooden box with a decisive click, then placed it back in the strong box, carefully rewrapping the scarf around it. The cold in the room, though still present, seemed to recede slightly, as if the containment, even temporary, had some effect. The hum, however, persisted, a low thrumming that seemed to vibrate in the very structure of the old house. We need more information, Finch declared, his academic rigor returning, tempered now by a stark urgency. Eris's later journals. He was meticulous even in his madness. He documented everything. His failures, his successes, his attempts at containment. If there is a way to seal this gate, to banish these entities, or at least to sever their connection to this sigil stone, the answer will be in his notes. Where are they? I asked, my mind already racing, processing the implications. Finch shook his head. That is the problem. After his disappearance, the university, in an attempt to distance itself from the scandal, purged all his personal research papers. Most of his published works were removed from the library archives. His personal effects were either destroyed or seized by Thorn, who, I might add, also vanished around the same time. Thorn, I repeated. He vanished too, like Blackwood and R. Finch nodded grimly. It seems the empty ones are indiscriminate in their hunger. Thorn likely got what he deserved, though I take no pleasure in that. He thought he could exploit these forces. He merely became another meal. So Blackwood's journals, they could be anywhere or nowhere, I concluded, the hope I'd felt moments ago beginning to dwindle. Not necessarily nowhere, Finch countered, a thoughtful glint in his eye. Eris had a secure facility, a private library really. He called it his sanctum sanctorum. It was rumored to be somewhere in the Adirondacks, a remote lodge he inherited from his family. He often retreated there to write, to formulate his more controversial theories even before his full descent. He would have kept his most sensitive research there. The containment protocols, the true nature of the Great Cold, the methods to counter it, if they exist, they would be there. The Adirondacks, I murmured, a vast, wild, unforgiving region of mountains and forests. Another wilderness, another forgotten place. Do you know where this lodge is? Finch closed his eyes, concentrating. I only ever saw it on a crude map once, during a contentious meeting we had trying to dissuade him from his follies. It was deep within the Blue Ridge Wilderness area, near a small, long-abandoned logging village called Whispering Pines. The area was known for its peculiar geological formations, a series of deep caves and underground springs, precisely the kind of place Eris would be drawn to. Whispering Pines, I repeated, pulling out my phone, already opening a mapping application. Finch held up a hand. Hold on, my dear, we cannot simply rush in. This is not a casual expedition. If what you brought here is indeed a sigil stone, and if the influence is spreading, then we are dealing with something profoundly dangerous. And if Eris's sanctuary still exists, it will likely be protected, perhaps even still active. Protected by what? By Blackwood's designs, no doubt, Finch said. Or by the entities themselves if they now perceive it as a nexus of potential. This is not a task for an amateur. You are skilled in cartography, yes, but you are not equipped for this. He gestured to the strongbox with a shudder, and I am an old man long past my adventuring days. But we can't just do nothing, I insisted, looking at the strongbox. It's in my apartment, it's coming for me, it's coming for Sarah, it's spreading, we need to stop it. And if Blackwood's journals are the only way. Finch nodded slowly, his expression grim. You are right, inaction is not an option, but we need to proceed with extreme caution. Blackwood's lodge, if it is still standing, will be a dangerous place. He was always paranoid even before his mind fractured, and if the entities are truly involved. He paused, then looked at me, a flicker of something almost hopeful, yet still deeply worried in his eyes. There was one other individual, a colleague of Eris's, a man named Dr. Silas Croft. He too was deeply interested in esoteric geology, though he tempered his theories with a healthy dose of skepticism. He studied ancient ruins, megalithic structures, and their purported connections to geomantic energies. He disagreed fiercely with Eris's more dangerous conclusions, but he understood the principles. He believed in a more balanced approach to these telluric forces, focusing on containment and harmonization, rather than exploitation or opening gateways. Where is he now? I asked, a fresh wave of hope blossoming. Croft disappeared shortly after Eris's disgrace, Finch replied, a shadow crossing his face. Many assumed he simply retreated from academia disillusioned, but I heard rumors, unsubstantiated mind you, that he went aground, so to speak, dedicating his life to understanding and countering these primordial influences, to protect humanity from the very things Eris sought to unleash. So he could help us, I said, feeling a surge of renewed determination. Perhaps, Finch mused, if he is still alive and if he can be found. He was always a private, reclusive man, even more so after Eris's downfall. His last known address was an isolated cabin in the Appalachian foothills, a place called Raven's Ridge, but that was decades ago. Raven S. Ridge, I typed into my phone, zooming out to a wider map. It's south, several states away. Indeed, Finch confirmed. A long journey, But if anyone could understand the full implications of what you've brought and perhaps offer a true solution, it would be Silas Croft. He alone had the vision, the intellectual courage to confront Blackwood's madness on its own terms, yet still advocate for restraint. So 2 paths, I summarized. Blackwood's Lodge for his journals and containment protocols, or Croft for a possible living expert. The Lodge is a place of immense danger, Finch warned. Eris would have left protections, traps perhaps, and the entity's presence could be strong there. Croft, if he can be found, represents a more measured, perhaps safer approach. But the clock, I fear, is ticking, my dear. That sigil stone in your possession, it is awakening. He pointed to the strongbox. The subtle hum in the room had increased slightly again, and I could feel the low vibration through the floorboards. The chill in the air, while not as profound as at the station, was noticeable, causing goosebumps to rise on my arms. We need to act, Finch said, a new resolve in his eyes. He got up slowly, his old joints creaking, and went to a heavy, glass-fronted cabinet in the corner of his study. He unlocked it with a small, brass key, revealing an array of peculiar instruments, compasses with non-standard markings, strange brass devices with intricate coils, and several thick, leather-bound notebooks. He pulled out one of the notebooks, its cover worn and faded. These are my own notes from my attempts to deconstruct Eris's theories. They are incomplete, of course. I never had his insight into the chthonic domain, but they may provide some guidance. He also extracted a small, heavy piece of dark, polished wood, carved with what looked like ancient geometric symbols. This is a protective ward, a counter-resonant artifact. I acquired it years ago from a reputable, if secretive, collector of esoteric curios. It is designed to disrupt localized telluric disruptions. It might offer some minor protection against the stone's influence. He handed it to me. It felt cool, smooth, and strangely inert, a reassuring weight in my palm. But this is merely a delaying tactic, he stressed. A minor shield. We need to find a permanent solution, and for that we need Blackwood's true research or Croft's wisdom. He looked at me, a profound gravity in his gaze. My dear, you have brought a fragment of a nightmare into our world, and now you are inextricably linked to it. The entities, once they have a point of contact, they do not easily relinquish it. They will seek to draw you in as they did ours. I know, I said, a cold dread twisting in my gut. I felt it, the dream, the whispers. It's like it's trying to consume me. Precisely, Finch confirmed grimly. You cannot fight this alone, but I am too old for such an undertaking. My physical limitations would be a hindrance. However, he paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. I can assist you here. I can go through my archives, search for any additional clues regarding Blackwood's Lodge or Croft's whereabouts. I can try to piece together his methods of containment, or at least the principles behind them. Thank you, Professor, I said, genuinely grateful. His willingness to help, even from a distance, was a lifeline. In the meantime, he continued, you must keep that strongbox with you. Do not leave it unattended. Do not open it unless absolutely necessary, and keep this ward close. It will help to scatter the immediate influence, making it harder for the entity to gain a solid foothold. He looked at the idol again, a flicker of concern. The effigy, it is particularly potent. It is designed to act as a kind of antenna. Keeping it covered, contained, will lessen its direct broadcast. He then pulled out an old, detailed topographical map from one of his drawers, spreading it across the large desk. It was covered in faded pencil markings and annotations. This is a map of the Adirondack region, and here, he pointed to a specific remote area deep within the Blue Ridge Wilderness, is where I remember Eris's lodge being located. Near Whispering Pines, it's a dense, untouched area, difficult to access. He then pulled out another map, this one of the Appalachian foothills. And here, Raven's Ridge, a series of steep, heavily forested valleys. Croft's cabin was said to be deep in one of them, almost impossible to find without local knowledge. So a choice then, I said, looking at the two maps, two distant, dangerous destinations. Finch nodded, a choice with profound implications. One leads to Blackwood's final notes and potentially a complete understanding of the threat and its counter. The other leads to a living expert, if he still exists, who might offer a more immediate, practical solution. Both are fraught with peril. He sat back, his gaze fixed on the maps, then on me. You have a daunting task ahead, my dear, and I cannot guarantee your safety, but I will do everything in my power to assist you from here. I looked at the maps, the routes to the unknown. Blackwood's Lodge, a direct confrontation with the source of the madness, or Croft, a desperate search for an unlikely savior. The cold hummed faintly in the air, a constant reminder of the growing threat. Time was a luxury I didn't have. My mind replayed Ar's final entry again, the gate. Never forget the gate, don't open it, don't let them. But I already had, and now I had to find a way to close it, or at least to contain the horror I had unwittingly unleashed. I made my decision. Blackwood's Lodge was the source. His journals contained the truth, the procedures. If I was going to fight this, I needed to understand it from the man who had initiated it all. Croft was a gamble, a possibility. Blackwood's notes, if found, would be a definitive guide. It was the more dangerous path, but it offered the promise of absolute answers. The lodge, I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. I'll go to Blackwood's Lodge first. If his notes contain the solution, that's our best chance. Finch looked at me, a flicker of admiration mixed with profound concern in his ancient eyes. Very well, a brave if perilous choice. We will need supplies, equipment for navigating the wilderness, and you must be prepared for what you might find there. Aris, in his final days, was surrounded by the very energies he sought to control. I understand, I replied, the determination solidifying within me. The cold was a constant, growing presence. The hum, a silent promise. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about understanding, about fighting back against an ancient, hungry void. Finch pushed the map of the Adirondacks towards me. We need to study this. Plan your route meticulously. I'll make a list of supplies you'll need, and I'll provide you with some of my own specialized geological instruments. They may prove useful in detecting telluric disturbances or even the localized presence of the Great Cold. He then reached for a thick, heavy book from a nearby shelf, its leather cover cracked and ancient. And you must take this. It is a compendium of ancient protective symbols and sigils. Eris dismissed it as mere superstition, but I have always believed that these older forms of knowledge, passed down through generations, hold a truth that science sometimes overlooks. They may offer some esoteric protection against the entities. I took the book, its pages smelling of dust and age. It felt heavy in my hands, a tangible link to centuries of human attempts to ward off the unknown. One more thing, Finch added, his voice serious. The dreams, the whispers, they will intensify as you get closer to a nexus point or as the sigil stone's influence grows. Do not engage with them. Do not listen. They are designed to erode your will, to lure you into their embrace. Resist, my dear, resist with every fiber of your being. I nodded, swallowing hard. The thought of those terrifying dreams, the alien whispers, sent a fresh wave of unease through me. but I had made my choice. I had walked into this, and now I had to walk through it. We spent the rest of the morning poring over maps, discussing potential routes and listing supplies. Finch meticulously marked possible hazards, detailing the treacherous terrain of the Adirondacks. He emphasized the importance of staying off-grid, avoiding human contact as much as possible, for fear of spreading the entity's influence or attracting unwanted attention to ourselves. He also stressed the need for a reliable communication device, though he admitted that deep in the wilderness, signal would be spotty at best. As the hours passed, the cold in Finch's study, though less profound than in my apartment, noticeably deepened. The hum was still there, a low, persistent thrumming that seemed to emanate from the strongbox, even through the wood and metal. Finch, though he tried to ignore it, occasionally shivered, and his old eyes would dart towards the box with a worried glance. By early afternoon, he had compiled a list of essentials: high-quality winter gear, specialized compasses, a sturdy tent, emergency rations, and a more robust flashlight than my own. He even insisted I take an old, heavy-duty shortwave radio, hoping it might pick up anything in the deep wilderness. I have some of these items here from my own field expeditions in my younger, more foolish days, he said, rummaging through a storeroom off his study. He emerged with a sturdy canvas backpack, a heavy woolen blanket, and a compact multi-tool kit. But you'll need to acquire the rest quickly and discreetly. He then pulled out an old, slightly tarnished silver locket from his waistcoat pocket, similar in shape to the one found in the wooden box. This belonged to my late wife. She always wore it. It has no magical properties, of course, but it is a reminder of warmth, of humanity. Keep it with you. It is a symbol against the cold. He pressed it into my hand. It was smooth, cool, comforting in its normalcy. As I took it, I realized my own locket, the one I had worn since childhood, was still around my neck. It felt like a small, personal shield, a tiny beacon of the familiar. We continued planning until late afternoon, the shadows in the study lengthening, mimicking the growing darkness that now seemed to follow me everywhere. The cold hum from the strongbox was becoming more insistent, almost pressing against my eardrums. Finally, Finch looked at the clock. "You must leave now, my dear. It will be dark soon, and you have a long journey ahead to your first stop for supplies." He motioned towards a sporting goods store in a larger town about an hour north. I gathered my things, the strongbox secured deep in my larger backpack. The protective wooden ward he had given me was tucked into my jacket pocket, close to my chest. As I stood to leave, Finch placed a hand on my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong, his gaze unwavering. "Be careful, more careful than you have ever been in your life. The chthonic domain is not to be trifled with. Eris Blackwood discovered that to his eternal detriment. Do not follow in his footsteps." "I won't, Professor," I promised, my voice raspy with determination. "I'll find his notes. I'll find a way to stop this." He nodded, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor passing through him. "I will be here, going through my own archives. Contact me if you can, and remember, resist the whispers. Resist the cold. Do not forget who you are." I gave a final nod, a silent acknowledgement of the monumental task ahead. With a heavy heart, but a renewed sense of purpose, I left Professor Finch's study, the warm glow of the fire, the scent of old books, and the comforting presence of his wisdom fading behind me. The hum from the strongbox was noticeably louder the moment I stepped back into the relative cold of the foyer. It was a low, resonant thrumming that seemed to vibrate in the very structure of the house. The protective ward in my pocket felt reassuring, a faint barrier against the encroaching chill. As I opened the front door, the late afternoon light was already fading, painting the quiet street in hues of deep orange and purple. The ancient oak in Finch's yard, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky, seemed to stand guard, a silent sentinel. I walked quickly to my car, the weight of the backpack pressing the strongbox against my spine. Each step felt like a march towards an unknown, terrifying future. The cold, the hum, the knowledge of the empty ones, they were no longer vague fears. They were a tangible reality, a malevolent presence I was now actively tracking. I started the Subaru, its engine roaring to life with a comforting familiarity. As I pulled away from Finch's house, I glanced in my rearview mirror. Professor Finch was standing in his doorway, a small, solitary figure framed by the encroaching shadows, watching me go. His presence felt like a fragile connection to a sane world, a world where such horrors did not exist. But that world was rapidly fading. I was venturing into the wilderness, into the heart of Blackwood's madness. The Adirondacks awaited, a vast expanse of untamed forest, and somewhere within it, a secluded lodge that held the secrets of the chthonic domain. The road ahead wound into the deepening twilight. The hum was constant, a silent companion in the car. The cold was a persistent ache in my chest, a reminder that whatever I had disturbed was now actively seeking me. I was no longer a cartographer mapping forgotten lines. I was now a hunter, or perhaps the hunted, and the hunt had just begun. The drive north was a blur of deepening twilight and mounting anxiety. The hum was no longer a faint thrum against my eardrums. It vibrated in my chest, a low, resonant drone that seemed to synchronize with my heartbeat. The cold, once a creeping chill, had solidified into a persistent ache, making me shiver despite the car's heater blasting on high. Finch's protective ward, nestled in my jacket pocket, offered a faint, almost illusory comfort, a small point of normalcy against the encroaching strangeness. I clutched the steering wheel, my knuckles white, my gaze fixed on the winding road ahead. The towns became sparser, the stretches of forest longer and darker. With every mile, the feeling of being hunted intensified, a primal instinct screaming at me from the back of my mind. I kept the radio on loud, a talk show blaring nonsense, trying to drown out the insidious whispers that now seemed to brush against the edges of my hearing. They weren't distinct words, just a guttural murmur, ancient and alien, hinting at vast, indifferent intelligences. My phone rang once. Sarah. I saw her name flash on the screen, a beacon from the life I'd left behind. My finger hovered over the answer button, but I pulled back. What could I tell her? That I was chasing cosmic horror across state lines? That I had inadvertently invited an ancient evil into our home? It was impossible. I let it go to voicemail, the silence that followed more deafening than the ringing. I couldn't risk her, not now. The first supply town, Canterfield, was a small cluster of lights huddled against the growing darkness of the Adirondack foothills. It was after 8 p.m., but the sporting goods store Finch had recommended was still open. I parked discreetly, choosing a spot under a flickering street lamp away from the main entrance. Even here, the faint hum of the strongbox seemed to seep into the car's interior, making the air feel heavy. Stepping out, the night air was sharp and cold, a welcome change from the car's stifling heat. But the cold radiating from the strongbox in my backpack was distinct, a focused point of unnatural chill. I pulled my jacket tighter, trying to appear normal, just another backpacker getting ready for a wilderness trip. Inside the brightly lit store, the mundane bustle of shoppers felt jarring, almost surreal. Families browsing camping gear, teenagers laughing by the fishing aisle. None of them knew. None of them could possibly imagine the weight I carried, the silent, invisible threat nestled between my sleeping bag and spare clothes. I moved quickly through the aisles, grabbing the items on Finch's list. A robust, four-season tent rated for extreme cold, a high-quality down sleeping bag, a compact, portable stove with fuel, enough freeze-dried rations for a week, a first aid kit, and a powerful headlamp and extra batteries. I bought a specialized geological compass, different from a standard one, with multiple needles pointing to subtle magnetic variations, and a handheld telluric energy detector, a clunky device that looked like something out of a 1950s sci-fi movie. It had a small, flickering screen and a series of lights that Finch said would indicate fluctuations in localized energy fields. As I paid, I caught the cashier, a young man with a bored expression, glancing at my backpack, then at my pale, drawn face. He seemed to shiver, though the store was warm. Was it just the lingering cold of my own presence, or did he, perhaps, subconsciously feel something else? I averted my gaze, paid in cash, and left as quickly as possible. Back in the car, I wolfed down a granola bar, my stomach a knot of nerves. I resisted the urge to check my phone again, no more distractions, just the mission. I spread the Adirondack map on the passenger seat, illuminating it with my headlamp. Finch's scrawled circle around Whispering Pines seemed to pulse with an ominous glow. It was another 2-hour drive to the edge of the wilderness area, and from there, a significant hike. The road grew steadily worse, turning from paved highway to gravel, then to a rough, unmaintained track. The trees pressed in on either side, their skeletal branches clawing at the inky sky. The silence of the wilderness was absolute, save for the crunch of my tires and the unrelenting hum from the backpack. The whispers, though still indistinct, grew bolder, like a chorus of ethereal voices just beyond my hearing. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. I reached the coordinates Finch had marked as the closest accessible point to Whispering Pines around midnight. It was a small, overgrown turnout, barely wide enough for my car, flanked by towering pines. There were no other vehicles, no signs of human activity. Just the oppressive silence of the forest, broken only by the chirping of crickets and the rustle of leaves in the unseen wind. Killing the engine plunged me into absolute darkness, broken only by the faint glow of my dashboard. The sudden quiet was terrifying. The hum, however, remained, now sounding louder, more insistent. I could feel the strongbox vibrating against the seat, a low, powerful thrumming that seemed to resonate through the entire car. The cold was acute, seeping into my bones, forming a visible plume with each breath. I spent the next few hours trying to sleep, huddled in my sleeping bag in the back of the Subaru, but it was useless. The whispers intensified, weaving themselves into a disjointed narrative in my mind, not words, but concepts, images of infinite blackness, of ancient, unfeeling eyes, of a cosmic hunger. I pressed Finch's wooden ward against my chest, gripping it until my fingers ached. It offered a fleeting sense of security, a fragile mental shield. A new phenomenon began. Flickering shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, shifting, formless things that vanished the moment I tried to focus on them. They were like echoes of the shapes from my dream, insinuating themselves into my waking reality. My paranoia spiked. Every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl sent jolts of fear through me. Finally, with the first hint of pre-dawn gray, I gave up on sleep. I made myself a cup of instant coffee on my new portable stove, the small flame a defiant spark against the cold and darkness. The warmth of the coffee was a temporary reprieve, but the cold from the strongbox was relentless. I pulled out Finch's instruments. The The geological compass spun erratically, its needles twitching, unable to find true north. The telluric energy detector, when switched on, immediately flared with a series of red lights, and the screen displayed rapidly fluctuating numerical readings. A low, rhythmic beeping began, growing more frequent as I pointed the device towards the deeper woods. This was it. I was in a nexus point, or very close to one. After a quick, cold breakfast, I donned my backpack, securing the strongbox tightly inside. The protective ward went into my inner jacket pocket, the locket Finch had given me, along with my own, resting against my skin. I checked the map one last time. Whispering Pines was a few miles deeper into the forest at the base of a steep ravine. Blackwood's Lodge, according to Finch's crude diagram, was further still, nestled higher up the ravine, perhaps overlooking the abandoned settlement. The air was heavy, still, and strangely silent as I plunged into the woods. The trees here were ancient, their branches draped with thick moss, filtering the nascent sunlight into a perpetual gloom. The ground was uneven, covered in a thick carpet of fallen leaves and gnarled roots. The telluric energy detector beeped almost constantly now, its red lights a frantic strobe against the dim forest. The whispers intensified, becoming a more cohesive chorus, alien voices weaving a tapestry of dread in my mind. Sleep, forget, join us. I forced myself to focus on each step, on the crunch of leaves under my boots, on the cold metal of my hiking poles. Finch's words echoed, "Resist, my dear, resist with every fiber of your being." As I hiked deeper, the temperature plummeted, even more so than the natural forest cold. My breath plumed heavily, turning into frosty clouds. The trees themselves seemed to twist into grotesque shapes, their shadows stretching like grasping limbs. My imagination, fueled by fear and sleep deprivation, began to play tricks on me. I saw shifting forms in the periphery, heard faint, echoing sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. After about an hour of strenuous hiking, the forest began to thin, revealing glimpses of what looked like decaying structures through the trees. Whispering Pines, the air grew stiller, heavy with a pervasive sense of abandonment and decay. The hum from the strongbox was now a loud internal vibration, a deep resonance that filled my head. The telluric detector was screaming, all its lights solid red. I broke through the final line of trees into a clearing. Before me lay the spectral remains of Whispering Pines. It wasn't just abandoned, it felt wrong. The wooden buildings, once homes and a general store, were skeletal, their roofs collapsed, walls askew, windows like vacant eyes staring into nothingness. Moss and vines had reclaimed much of the structures, giving them a sickly green pallor. A heavy, unnatural stillness hung over the settlement, broken only by the creak of rotting wood in the wind. But it wasn't just the decay that was unsettling. There was an absolute absence of life. No birds chirped, no insects buzzed. The very air felt devoid of natural vibrancy, as if all sound and warmth had been leached out of it. The ground beneath my feet was littered with ancient, petrified leaves, and here and there, strange, dark patches, similar to the one in my closet, marred the earth. These patches pulsed with a faint, iridescent sheen, mirroring the veins on the sigil stone. I pulled out Blackwood's ledger, flipping through Ar's entries. He described the unnatural stillness, the voices in the stones, the great cold. It was all here. This was the place. I walked cautiously into the village, my boots crunching loudly on the detritus. The hum in my head grew almost unbearable, a constant, grating presence. The whispers were louder now, clearer, forming fragments of alien phrases that brushed against my sanity, urging me to forget, to sleep. I pressed the wooden ward hard against my chest, a desperate anchor to my own reality. One building, larger and more intact than the others, seemed to be the old logging company office. Its walls were still mostly standing, though the roof had partially caved in. I approached it, my senses on high alert. Inside, dust lay thick on everything, but there were still remnants of desks, an overturned chair, and scattered papers, ancient, brittle manifests, payrolls, and logs from the early 1920s. On one desk, beneath a layer of grime, I found a small, tarnished silver locket. It was identical in design to the one I'd found in the strongbox, and strikingly similar to the one Finch had given me. A wave of profound sadness washed over me. This must have belonged to someone who worked here, someone who vanished when the great cold consumed Whispering Pines. The locket was cold to the touch, imbued with the pervasive chill of the place. I carefully picked it up, feeling a strange connection to the long-dead owner. As I scanned the papers, I saw names from the Blackwood Junction manifests. Thorn Mining Co., Peterson, even a fleeting reference to a Dr. B. The mention of Peterson sent a shiver down my spine. This was the man who had been consumed by the earth, according to Ars Ledger. I moved to another building, perhaps the old general store. Its shelves were empty, picked clean by time or desperate hands. But in a back room, I found something more disturbing. Carved into the wooden floorboards beneath a layer of loose dirt was a faint geometric symbol. It was similar to the angular design on the idol, but more intricate, spiraling outwards. The telluric detector went wild as I knelt beside it, the hum from the strongbox growing louder still. This wasn't just a symbol, it was a ritual marking, a conduit. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. The entity wasn't just here, it had anchored itself here. This was its territory. I had to find Blackwood's lodge. His notes were my only hope. I checked Finch's map again, orienting myself with the geological compass, which, surprisingly, now seemed to be pointing towards a specific, distorted magnetic north, indicating a powerful localized anomaly. Blackwood's lodge was higher up the ravine, further north, nestled against the base of a prominent peak. The climb was steep and arduous, the ground becoming increasingly rocky. The cold intensified with every step, the air growing thinner, sharper, as if I were ascending into an alien atmosphere. The whispers were no longer just on the edge of my hearing. They were in my head, insidious and compelling, trying to convince me that the cold was welcoming, that forgetting was peace. I chanted Sarah's name under my breath, my personal mantra against the mental assault. The telluric detector continued to shriek, its lights a constant, blinding red. The hum in my backpack was now a physical vibration, a deep resonance that shook my entire body. My muscles ached, my head pounded, and a chilling thought surfaced. Was the strongbox merely a conduit, or was it actively drawing the entity to me, to this very place? After what felt like an eternity, I crested a rise and saw it. Blackwood's Lodge. It was not a rustic cabin, but a formidable structure of dark, unhewn stone and massive timbers built into the side of the mountain. It stood silent and menacing, shrouded in ancient pines, its windows dark like vacant eyes. A heavy wrought iron gate, adorned with strange angular symbols, guarded the entrance to a narrow, winding path that led up to the lodge. The air around it was palpably colder, a pocket of absolute frigidity that seemed to absorb all light and warmth. The geological compass spun wildly, its needles twitching erratically, then settled, pointing directly at the lodge. The telluric detector was a solid, unblinking red, emitting a deafening, high-pitched whine. The hum from my backpack was a roar in my ears. This was the epicenter, the gate. I approached the gate cautiously, my heart thundering against my ribs. It was old, rusted, but incredibly sturdy. The symbols etched into the iron pulsed faintly with that same dark, iridescent shimmer I'd seen on the stone and the patches of earth. They were not just decorative, they were part of Blackwood's design, perhaps wards, perhaps invitations. I tried the gate. It was locked, secured with a massive, ancient padlock. I tugged at it, but it wouldn't budge. I ran my hands over the cold iron, feeling the chill seep into my gloves. There had to be another way in. I circled the perimeter, keeping a respectful distance from the gate. The stone walls of the lodge were thick, solid, without any obvious weaknesses. The windows, though dark, appeared to be barred from within. Blackwood had built this place to be a fortress or perhaps a prison. As I rounded the back, I noticed a steep, overgrown path leading down into a rocky crevice. It looked treacherous, but potentially a way to bypass the main gate. I hesitated, looking at the lodge, then at the ravine. The whispers in my head were stronger here, more insistent, urging me to turn back, to succumb to sleep. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing them away. Taking a deep breath, I started down the path, carefully testing each foothold. The ravine quickly deepened, the light fading as I descended. The air grew even colder, and a faint, metallic tang like ozone filled my nostrils. The hum became a vibrating pressure behind my eyes. The path eventually led to a narrow ledge that opened into a small, concealed cave entrance. This was it. Blackwood had clearly used this as a discreet access point. The cave mouth was dark, dripping with moisture, and emitted an even deeper, more profound cold. The telluric detector was now screaming so loudly it hurt my ears, and the strongbox hummed with such intensity that I could feel its vibrations through my entire body, a painful resonance that made my teeth ache. I pulled out my headlamp, switching it on. The beam cut through the absolute darkness, revealing glistening, wet rock walls. The floor was slick with water, and a faint, acrid smell hung in the air, a mix of damp earth, minerals, and something else, something metallic and utterly alien. I took a deep, shuddering breath and stepped inside. The cave opened into a vast chamber, far larger than I expected. The walls glistened with moisture, and strange, iridescent mineral formations sprouted from the rock, resembling frozen, thorny growths. In the center of the chamber, a dark, churning pool of water pulsed with a faint, internal luminescence. This was no ordinary cave. This was a place where the earth itself had been altered, twisted by Blackwood's obsessions. My headlamp beam fell upon something even more disturbing. Carved into the rock walls and painted with an unnaturally dark pigment were dozens of the same angular symbols I'd seen on the lodge gate, on the general store floor, and on the idol. They spiraled upwards, converging towards a massive, fissure-like opening in the far wall of the chamber. And through that fissure, a deeper, colder darkness seemed to beckon. It was not merely the absence of light, it was an active void, a hole in reality that seemed to absorb everything around it. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer like heat haze emanated from it, but it was a shimmer of cold, of utter nothingness. This was the gate, or a manifestation of it. The hum was deafening now, vibrating through my entire skeletal structure. The whispers were a chorus of voices, clear now, though still alien, repeating a single, chilling phrase: "We are here. You brought us here. Join us." My vision blurred, the cave walls seeming to twist and writhe. The cold was unbearable, a searing pain that felt like my blood was freezing in my veins. I stumbled, dropping my hiking poles, gasping for breath. The protective ward felt like a burning ember against my chest, struggling against the overwhelming influence. Then, through the cacophony of whispers and the pain of the cold, a different sound pierced through, a low, guttural moan. It was human, and it came from deeper within the cave, beyond the shimmering void. Hope, fragile and desperate, pierced through the terror. Someone else was here, Someone alive. Could it be Blackwood or Croft or even Thorn somehow? I forced myself to move, dragging my leaden legs towards the sound. My headlamp beam danced across the grotesque formations, the pulsing symbols. The hum from my backpack was unbearable, the strongbox vibrating violently against my back. The cave narrowed into a dark, winding passage. The air grew thick with a putrid, metallic smell, the scent of decay mixed with something indefinable, something ancient and wrong. The light of my headlamp revealed strange, crystalline growths on the walls, shimmering with a dark, oily iridescence. The moaning grew louder, clearer. It was coming from a small, iron-barred cell-like enclosure set into the rock wall. As I approached, my heart leaped into my throat. Inside the cell, huddled in a corner, was a figure. Gaunt, emaciated, covered in rags, his skin unnaturally pale, almost translucent. His eyes, though wide and staring, held a vacant, broken expression. He was shivering violently, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his moans a continuous, despairing sound. It was Elias Thorne, the industrialist long thought dead or vanished. He was alive, or what passed for it, trapped in Blackwood's chilling prison. But he was utterly broken, a mere shell of a man, his mind clearly gone. He looked up as my headlamp beam fell on him, and his eyes, though vacant, widened in a flicker of primal terror. He gibbered incoherent words bubbling from his lips, pointing a trembling, skeletal finger past me towards the fissure. The empty ones, the cold, it comes. A wave of nausea washed over me. Thorne, the ruthless exploiter, reduced to this, a living testament to Blackwood's folly and the entity's power. This was not just a prison, it was a torture chamber, a prolonged exposure to the great cold. The whispers in my head intensified, now seeming to emanate directly from Thorne, from the very air around him. He is ours. You will be too. Succumb, forget. I fought against the mental assault, clutching the ward. Thorne's moans became more frantic, his eyes fixed on the distant fissure, not on me. He was reliving his torment, his gaze lost in the void. But where was Blackwood? If Thorne was here, then Blackwood must have been here too, and his journals. I ignored Thorne, though the sight of him was a chilling warning. I had to find the lodge proper. This cave was connected to it, perhaps a basement, a sublevel. I found another passage, less obvious, hidden behind a cluster of those strange, iridescent mineral formations. This one led upwards into what looked like a rough-hewn tunnel. The hum was still excruciating, but the whispers seemed to recede slightly, replaced by the grating of rock and the muffled sound of my own footsteps. After a short, steep climb, the tunnel opened into a damp, earthy cellar. This was definitely under the lodge. I moved cautiously, my headlamp sweeping across shelves filled with dusty jars, forgotten equipment, and chillingly, what looked like dissected animal carcasses in various states of decay. Blackwood's experiments. A wooden staircase, old and creaking, led upwards. I ascended slowly, each step a prelude to the unknown. At the top, a heavy, bolted wooden door blocked my path. I tried the handle. It was unlocked. I pushed it open, revealing a short, dark hallway. The air here was less cold than the cave, but still unnaturally frigid and thick with the scent of old paper, dust, and something else, something faintly metallic and electric. The hall opened into a massive, circular study, just as I'd imagined from Finch's descriptions of Blackwood's Sanctum Sanctorum. It was vast, with high ceilings and walls lined with floor-to-ceiling bookshelves that groaned under the weight of countless tomes. A large, ornate desk dominated the center, just like Finch's, but this one was far more chaotic, piled high with arcane instruments, geological samples, and stacks of notebooks. A cold, long-dead fireplace stood against one wall, its hearth filled with gray ash. The telluric detector, though still red, had quieted to a low, insistent pulse. The hum from the strongbox was still strong, but no longer quite as deafening. This was Blackwood's inner sanctum, a place of power, but perhaps also of relative stability. He had managed to contain the worst of the entity's direct influence within the cave. My gaze immediately swept the shelves, searching for the distinctive leather-bound journals. There were hundreds of books, some scientific, some clearly esoteric, ancient texts on geomancy, occultism, forbidden lore. This was the library of a mind consumed by its own dangerous curiosity. The strongbox vibrated with renewed intensity as I moved closer to the desk, its contents reacting to the proximity of Blackwood's collected works. I carefully placed my backpack on the floor, then approached the desk. Among the jumbled papers and instruments, I saw them, a stack of thick, leather-bound journals, clearly labeled in elegant script, chronicles of the Chthonic domain, followed by Roman numerals. I carefully picked up the topmost journal, my fingers trembling as they touched the cold leather. This was it, the answers, the way to fight back. Just as my fingers closed around the journal, a faint, metallic click echoed from across the room. I spun around, my heart leaping into my throat. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway I just entered from the hidden tunnel. Tall, impossibly thin, clad in what looked like the remnants of a tattered tweed suit. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his head was a mass of sharp angles like the idol, his eyes 2 points of glacial blue light. Dr. Eris Blackwood. But it wasn't the broken man I'd seen in the old photographs, nor the grotesque apparition from my dream. This was something else. His movements were fluid, unnervingly silent. He emanated an aura of profound cold, a chilling presence that sucked the very warmth from the room. He didn't speak, but a low, vibrating hum, almost identical to the one emanating from my strongbox, pulsed from him, resonating through the chamber. My mind reeled. He was alive, or was this an echo, a manifestation of the entity? His eyes, those glacial blue points, fixed on the journal in my hand, then flickered to the strongbox by my feet. A flicker of something, recognition, hunger, perhaps even a twisted form of triumph, crossed his angular face. I clutched the journal, backing away slowly, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. He was moving towards me, slowly, deliberately, his long, spindly fingers extending, just like in my dream. The whispers in my head surged, his voice mingling with the chorus of alien sounds, still indistinct, yet conveying a chilling message of ancient, patient hunger. "You have brought it back," a voice or thought echoed in my mind, cold and clear, yet without sound. "You have brought me back, a new anchor, a new door." It wasn't Blackwood speaking. It was the entity, using his form as a conduit, a puppet. "The gate," the voice continued, its resonance freezing my very thoughts. "You seek to close it, foolish. It is merely a thinning, a connection. And now, with the sigil stone and the effigy, the thinning becomes a channel. My consciousness is drawn to it, drawn to you." I stumbled backwards, my hand brushing against a loose geological sample on the desk, sending it clattering to the floor. The sound echoed loudly in the oppressive silence. The Blackwood entity raised a hand, not to strike, but to make a gesture of immense, chilling power. The cold in the room intensified dramatically, rushing in, pressing down on me, threatening to crush me. The light from my headlamp flickered, struggling against the pervasive darkness radiating from Blackwood. I felt my limbs growing heavy, my will starting to fracture under the immense psychic pressure. The whispers were a roaring torrent now, overwhelming my senses, urging me to let go, to forget. Sarah's face flashed in my mind, a desperate anchor. I fought back, digging deep for a reserve of strength I didn't know I possessed. I wasn't going to become another another thorn, not if I could help it. No, I gasped, the word ripped from my throat, a fragile defiance against the cosmic horror. The entity paused, its glacial eyes fixed on me, a flicker of something almost akin to surprise in their depths. It seemed to have expected immediate submission. I looked down at the journal in my hand. This was my only chance. If his notes contained the solution, I had to get them. With a surge of desperate adrenaline, I spun and lunged past the desk, heading not for the door, but for a smaller, unlit alcove in the wall, half hidden by a heavy, tattered curtain. It was a gamble. As I moved, the Blackwood entity reacted, its form blurring, moving with unnatural speed. A wave of intense cold washed over me, almost knocking me off my feet. I gasped, fighting for air, my lungs burning. I crashed through the curtain, finding myself in a cramped, narrow passageway. It was almost pitch black, but I could just make out a spiral staircase leading downwards into deeper darkness. A quick exit. I scrambled down the stairs, my backpack bumping painfully against my back, the strongbox vibrating like a frantic heart. The hum from it was unbearable, mingling with the whispers and the distinct, powerful thrum emanating from the entity above. I heard the entity behind me, a chilling, scraping sound as it followed, its presence filling the narrow stairwell with an almost suffocating cold. It was fast, too fast. As I reached the bottom, I found myself in another, smaller chamber. This one was different. It wasn't a cave or a cellar, but a meticulously organized laboratory. Glass beakers, coils of wire, strange crystalline structures, and intricate diagrams covered workbenches. And in the center, a large, cylindrical device of polished brass and dark stone, humming faintly with an internal energy. This was Blackwood's true heart of operations, and next to the device, another stack of journals, even thicker, seemed to radiate a faint, dark glow. These must be his most intimate, most dangerous notes. The entity entered the chamber behind me, blocking the only exit. It stood silent, its glacial eyes fixed on me, radiating an immense, crushing cold. Its angular head tilted as if in silent contemplation, and the whispers intensified to a crescendo, hammering against my mind, trying to shatter my sanity. My vision swam, my legs felt like jelly. I was at the end. But then my gaze fell upon the brass device. It was humming, a rhythmic pulse. And above it, on a large, complex diagram taped to the wall, I saw it, a series of intricate symbols, identical to those carved on the strongbox and on the wooden idol. And a series of equations, complex but clearly related to geomagnetism and resonant frequencies. This was a containment device, or a gate opener, or both. The strongbox on my back vibrated violently, almost tearing free. It was reacting to the device, to this nexus of power. The sigil stone was screaming, resonating with something in the lab. A desperate, insane thought flashed through my mind. Finch's words, Blackwood wouldn't have created a device that couldn't be controlled. His notes contain the containment protocols. I had the first journal in my hand. Maybe, just maybe, it held a clue, a diagram, a sequence of steps. "You seek control," the entity's thought voice echoed in my mind, laced with an ancient, chilling amusement. "You cannot control that which is fundamental. You can only become part of it." It took another slow, deliberate step towards me, its form shimmering with a profound cold. The chamber grew darker, the light from my headlamp struggling against the encroaching void. With a final, desperate surge of defiance, I shoved the first journal into my already overstuffed backpack, then grabbed one of the thicker journals from the workbench. This one seemed to focus specifically on the brass device. Then I looked at the entity. I had a choice: fight or try to understand, and understanding was my only weapon. My eyes swept the room. The entity was between me and the spiral staircase. There was no escape, not here. But there was one last possibility. Another passage, partially obscured by an overturned workbench, led deeper into the rock. It looked like a natural cave system, not a man-made tunnel, a desperate last-ditch escape route. I clutched the second journal, the hum from the strongbox almost overpowering. The Blackwood entity raised its hand again, and the cold became absolute, a physical force pressing down on me. I felt the last vestiges of warmth draining from my body. With a guttural cry, I bolted, not towards the entity, but towards the obscured passage. It was a gamble, a desperate, insane act of self-preservation. I dove past the workbench, scraping my arm on jagged rock, and stumbled into the darkness. The passage was narrow, winding, and completely unlit. I activated my headlamp, its beam cutting through the gloom, revealing glistening, wet rock walls and a treacherous, uneven floor. Behind me, I heard a sound that was not human, not even natural. A sound of immense, crushing power, of profound cold. The entity was following. I scrambled forward, driven by sheer terror. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I pushed harder, deeper into the earth, into the unknown. The hum from the strongbox was a constant, agonizing thrum against my spine, resonating with something in the depths of the earth. The passage opened into a larger cave, and my headlamp beam revealed a truly horrifying sight. This was not a natural cavern. The walls were covered in pulsating, iridescent growths like diseased organs of the earth, and in the center not a pool of water but a vast, bottomless chasm radiating an unimaginable cold. And from the chasm, faint, spectral forms seemed to writhe and undulate, indistinct and vast, like ripples in a dark, cold sea. The shapes from my dream. The gate, the true gate. The entity's presence filled the passage behind me. I heard a low, resonating thrum that wasn't from the strongbox, but from the entity itself, a sound of immense, ancient power. I was trapped between the entity and the yawning abyss of the chasm. The whispers in my head were a deafening roar, pulling at my very being, urging me into the cold, into the oblivion. My vision blurred, the cave spinning. My head pounded with a splitting ache. I was succumbing. But then the strongbox on my back, reacting to the extreme proximity of the true gate, began to vibrate with an intensity that shocked me. It wasn't just humming now. It was rattling, shaking violently as if trying to tear itself apart. The wooden box inside, containing the idol and the stone, seemed to glow with a dark, internal light, visible even through the metal casing of the strongbox and my backpack. And suddenly, a blinding, searing pain shot through my head. It wasn't the cold or the whispers, but a sharp, excruciating jolt, as if lightning had struck directly into my skull. My vision went white, then black, then swam with pulsing colors. The hum from the strongbox amplified 1,000-fold, becoming a deafening shriek, a primal scream of raw, unbound energy. The dark glow from within my backpack intensified, a beacon of unnatural light. The Blackwood entity halted, its glacial blue eyes fixed on my backpack, a flicker of something new, not just hunger, but perhaps alarm or even a twisted awe crossing its angular face. The whispers in my head, which had been a chaotic roar, abruptly ceased, replaced by a profound, agonizing silence. I crumpled to my knees, clutching my head, gasping for breath. The pain was unbearable, a tearing sensation behind my eyes. I felt a surge of energy, cold and electric, pass through me, originating from the vibrating strongbox and radiating outwards. My entire body spasmed, my muscles clenching uncontrollably. Then, as abruptly as it began, the pain receded, leaving behind a dull throb and an unnerving clarity. The intense hum from the strongbox lessened, though it still vibrated powerfully. The dark glow, however, remained, now pulsing with a steady, rhythmic beat, mirroring my own terrified heart. I looked up, my eyes wide. The Blackwood entity was still there, a few yards away, its posture rigid. But something had changed. The intense cold radiating from it seemed to have faltered, its shimmering aura of darkness flickering, almost weakening. Its glacial eyes, though still fixed on me, now held a hint of confusion, hesitation. The true gate, the bottomless chasm, seemed to ripple. The spectral forms within it writhed with renewed agitation, as if disturbed by the sudden surge of power from the strongbox. The whispers, though silent in my head, felt like a silent scream emanating from the abyss, a formless terror directed at the energy now contained within my backpack. What had just happened? Had the strongbox, in its proximity to the true gate, acted as a counter-resonant device? Or had it, in its awakening, somehow overloaded the entity's direct influence, briefly disrupting its connection to Blackwood's puppet form? A sliver of hope, sharp and dangerous, pierced through my terror. Finch's words echoed, a counter-resonant artifact. The wooden ward he'd given me, and now this, the strongbox itself. Could it be that the sigil stone, meant as a conduit, was also paradoxically a disruptor when brought to a nexus point? This was my chance. With a desperate cry, I clambered to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my arm and the leaden ache in my legs. The Blackwood entity seemed to still be processing the unexpected energy surge, its movements momentarily arrested. I bolted, not towards the entity nor the chasm. I scrambled back the way I came, towards the narrow passage leading to the laboratory. The entity, as if snapping out of a trance, let out a sound, a low, guttural growl that resonated with the cold of the chasm, a sound that was less Blackwood and more the ancient horror within him. It moved, a blur of motion, but I had a head start. I didn't look back, I just ran, driven by sheer terror and the desperate, flickering hope that I might actually escape this nightmare. The journals in my backpack felt like a physical weight, but also a lifeline. Scrambling back through the narrow passage, past the overturned workbench, I heard the heavy, silent footsteps of the entity behind me, closer than I would have liked. Its cold presence was a physical pressure against my back, pushing me forward, filling the constricted space. I burst into the laboratory chamber, gasping for air, my heart hammering against my ribs. The brass containment device in the center of the room was now glowing faintly, pulsing in rhythm with the strongbox. The intricate diagrams on the wall seemed to shimmer. The entity entered the chamber behind me, its angular form filling the passage entrance. It seemed to regain some of its chilling composure, its glacial eyes fixing on me with renewed, predatory focus. The profound cold surged back, pressing in. There was no time. I had to get out. The spiral staircase was my only option. I sprinted across the lab, past the shimmering brass device, my gaze momentarily falling on the other stack of journals on the workbench. His most intimate, most dangerous notes. I couldn't carry them all, but I already had two, one on general theory and one specific to the device. It had to be enough. As I reached the spiral staircase, the entity lunged, moving with terrifying speed. Its spindly, sharp-angled hand reached out, its fingers tipped with what looked like crystalline claws, grasping for my shoulder. I dove down the staircase, not caring how I landed, tumbling head over heels. My backpack cushioned most of the impact, but my body slammed against the rough stone steps. Pain flared through my arm, my ribs, my legs. The strongbox clanged loudly against the stone. I cried out, a mixture of fear and pain. I landed in a heap at the bottom, dazed, my head spinning. My headlamp had flown off, plunging me into near-total darkness, broken only by the faint, pulsing glow from my backpack. The entity's low growl echoed from the top of the stairs, followed by the silent, rapid descent of its form. Adrenaline surged again. I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving. I scrambled to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest. My headlamp was gone. I fumbled for my emergency flashlight, my hands shaking. I clicked it on, its weaker beam cutting through the gloom, revealing the damp, earthy cellar. The growl from the staircase intensified. It was almost upon me. I bolted, crashing through the shelves, sending dusty jars and forgotten equipment tumbling. The putrid, metallic smell of Blackwood's experiments filled my nostrils, making me gag. I could feel the cold radiating from the staircase, closing in. I burst through a doorway, finding myself in the main cave system, the one with the churning pool and the prison cell. The air here was even colder, the heavy silence broken only by Thorne's faint, despairing moans from his cell. My flashlight beam swept across the iron bars. Thorne was still there, huddled, his vacant eyes staring into the void of the fissure. He seemed to shrink further into himself as my light touched him, whimpering, lost in his private hell. I couldn't help him. I couldn't even help myself. The Blackwood entity emerged from the cellar behind me, its form a towering, angular shadow in the gloom. Its glacial eyes fixed on me, radiating an intense, focused malevolence. The whispers, which had been silent, now returned, a low, insidious murmur like 1,000 voices speaking in unison. Give in, rest, join us. I was trapped. The fissure, the churning pool, Thorne's cell, they were all between me and the cave entrance, the way back to the relative safety of the outside world. But as my gaze darted frantically around the cave, my flashlight beam briefly illuminated something else. Hidden amongst the grotesque mineral formations near the churning pool, almost obscured by the shadows, was a small, crudely built wooden rowboat. It looked old, dilapidated, but still intact, and next to it, a single worn wooden oar. Blackwood must have used it to cross the pool, but why? Then I remembered Ar's cryptic entry, the voices in the stones, the gate. Never forget the gate, don't open it. The churning pool, it pulsed with a faint, dark luminescence. It wasn't just water, it was a manifestation, a gateway feeding into the true gate of the chasm beyond. The Blackwood entity took another step, its movements fluid, silent, predatory. The profound cold emanating from it intensified, sucking the air from my lungs. I had to take a chance. I lunged towards the rowboat, pushing aside the thorny mineral growths. The wood was damp and cold, but it felt solid enough. I clumsily climbed in, my backpack thudding against the bottom, the strongbox rattling within. The moment I was inside, the strongbox's glow intensified again, pulsating with a renewed dark light. The humming became a powerful, resonant thrum. The entity reached the edge of the pool, its angular head tilting, its glacial eyes fixed on me. It didn't follow. It seemed hesitant to enter the water, as if the water itself was a barrier, or perhaps it understood the rowboat's purpose. Or maybe the strongbox's power at this specific nexus was too much for it to directly confront. I grabbed the oar, its wood slick with moisture. With a desperate shove against the rock wall, I pushed the boat into the churning pool. The water was unnaturally cold, swirling with an unsettling current, emitting a faint, metallic tang. The rowboat bobbed precariously, threatening to capsize. The Blackwood entity let out another low, guttural growl, a sound of ancient frustration. The whispers surged back into my mind, louder than ever, more insistent, more personal, calling my name, promising oblivion, promising relief from the endless fight. It is peace. Let go, join us. I ignored it, digging deep for a reservoir of willpower. My focus was entirely on the oar, on the swirling water, on getting across. Every stroke was agonizing, my muscles burning, my entire body shivering uncontrollably from the cold. The pool seemed vast, wider than it looked, its currents fighting against my progress. As I rowed, I noticed something else in the water, shimmering faintly beneath the surface. Small, dark, iridescent crystals, identical to the ones on the sigil stone and on the idol, were embedded in the rock walls around the pool, and even growing from the bottom, catching the faint light from the strongbox. This entire place was infused with their power, a conduit. The boat was slow, heavy. I felt as if an invisible force was dragging at the oar, trying to pull me under. The whispers clawed at the edges of my sanity, tempting me with visions of warmth, of forgetting, of an end to the pain. Sarah's face, Finch's stern gaze, I clung to them like anchors. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the rowboat scraped against the far bank. I scrambled out, my legs wobbly, my teeth chattering. The air on this side of the pool felt slightly different, a subtle shift in the oppressive cold, as if the water had indeed served as a temporary boundary. I glanced back. The Blackwood entity was still standing at the other edge of the pool, silent, unmoving, its glacial eyes tracking me. It was a terrifying, patient predator, knowing it had me trapped within its domain. But I was free from its immediate grasp, at least for now. On this side of the pool, the cave continued, winding into a narrower passage. It appeared to lead towards the outer perimeter of the lodge, perhaps a less obvious exit. I pressed on, my flashlight beam dancing ahead. The passage was dark, damp, and twisting, leading upwards at a gentle incline. The hum from the strongbox was still strong, but no longer overwhelming. The whispers had receded, becoming a faint, distant echo in my mind. After a grueling climb through the winding passage, I finally saw it, a faint glimmer of natural light ahead, the entrance to the outside. I pushed forward with renewed determination, bursting out of the cave and into the crisp, pre-dawn air. The sky was a pale gray, the first hint of sunrise painting the eastern horizon in faint hues of rose and gold. The air, though still cold, felt like a blessed relief after the absolute frigidity of the cave. I was on the side of the mountain, a short distance from Blackwood's lodge. It loomed above me, silent and menacing, its dark stone walls absorbing the nascent light. The heavy wrought iron gate, adorned with the angular symbols, was still closed. My escape had been unseen, unannounced. I took a deep, shuddering breath, the cold air burning my lungs. I was out. I had escaped Blackwood's immediate clutches. I had 2 of his journals. But the entity was still there, trapped but active within the lodge, and the strongbox, it was still humming, still glowing, a constant, unsettling presence. I didn't waste a second. I started moving, scrambling down the steep, rocky slope, away from the lodge, towards the direction of Whispering Pines. I needed to put as much distance between myself and that place as possible. The descent was treacherous, but the adrenaline still coursed through me, masking the pain and fatigue. My mind raced, trying to process everything that had just happened. Blackwood wasn't truly alive, not in the human sense. He was a vessel, a puppet for the entity, animated by its chilling power, and the entity itself, it had been affected by the sigil stone. It was a weapon, or perhaps a shield, a double-edged sword I now carried. As I made my way down the mountain, the first rays of the rising sun began to pierce through the dense canopy of trees, casting long, shifting shadows. The forest, though still ancient and silent, felt less oppressive than it had the day before. The true gate was behind me, sealed away in the depths of the mountain, but its influence lingered, a faint chill that seeped into my bones. I reached the ruins of Whispering Pines as the sun finally broke above the horizon, painting the sky in a vibrant array of colors. The spectral settlement in the harsh light of morning looked even more desolate, more decayed. The strange, dark patches on the ground pulsed with a faint, iridescent sheen in the daylight, their cold luminescence a stark contrast to the warming sun. I paused at the edge of the clearing, scanning the ghostly buildings. No sign of movement, no sound, just the pervasive stillness and the lingering chill. I didn't want to linger. I just wanted to retrieve my car and get as far away as possible. My path led me back through the abandoned village, past the logging office and the general store. I quickened my pace, trying not to look too closely at the decaying structures, at the silent echoes of the lives that had been consumed by the great cold. I resisted the urge to check on Thorn. He was beyond help, a victim of Blackwood's mad ambition. As I passed the old general store, I felt a faint pull, a subtle resonance from the strongbox. I hesitated, then glanced down. The hum was a little stronger here, near the carved symbol on the floor. I didn't want to approach it, but a strange curiosity, perhaps influenced by the stone, drew me towards it. I knelt just for a moment, flashlight beam cutting through the dimness of the ruined store. The symbol, though faint, seemed to pulse with a dark light, mirroring the one in my backpack. It was indeed a conduit, a lesser gate. I quickly backed away, the lingering cold here more profound. This place was a scar on the earth, a monument to the entity's power. I continued my journey back through the forest, following my mental trail of broken branches and trampled leaves. The telluric detector, which I'd reattached to my belt, beeped intermittently, but its lights were no longer solid red. The danger was receding, but it was still present, still active. The hike back to my car was long and grueling. My body ached, my clothes were torn, and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me with every step. The trauma of the encounter with Blackwood's entity, the horror of Thorn, the chilling realization of the true gate, it all weighed heavily on my mind. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw it, the familiar shape of my Subaru, parked discreetly at the overgrown turnout. It was a beacon of normalcy, a promise of escape. I stumbled towards it, fumbling with my keys, my hands numb with cold and fatigue. I yanked open the driver's side door, threw my backpack into the passenger seat, and collapsed behind the wheel. The inside of the car was freezing, but it felt safer than the outside. I slammed the door shut, locking it with a click that echoed in the pre-dawn silence. I started the engine, its roar a comforting sound, a defiant rejection of the pervasive stillness of the wilderness. I blasted the heater, rubbing my hands together, trying to coax some warmth back into my frozen fingers. My eyes darted to the backpack. The hum from the strongbox was still there, but it had mellowed, a low, persistent thrum, no longer a roar. Its dark glow was almost imperceptible now, hidden deep within my bag. I pulled out one of Blackwood's journals, the thicker one I'd grabbed last from the lab, the one specific to the brass device. Its cover was cold, the leather cracked and worn. I opened it to a random page, my eyes scanning the intricate diagrams and Blackwood's frenzied yet precise script. The first thing I saw was a sketch of the brass device, labeled resonance accumulator and phase shifter. Underneath it, a series of complex equations and a diagram of the angular symbols, along with a chilling annotation. This is not a gateway, but a thinning of the veil. The entities are not merely elsewhere. They are elsewhen, fundamental aspects of reality, always present but unseen. The accumulator allows for a momentary phase shift, drawing their influence, stabilizing their form, making them perceivable. The sigil stone is the key, the anchor. My blood ran cold. He hadn't just found a gate, he had found a way to make the entities manifest, to pull them through a thinning of the veil. And the sigil stone, the very thing I carried, was the anchor. I was carrying the anchor for a cosmic horror. I quickly flipped to another page. This one detailed a series of counter-resonant frequencies and harmonic disruption protocols. It was complex, filled with Blackwood's obsessive calculations, but it seemed to outline a way to disrupt the thinning, to scatter the entity's influence. And it specifically mentioned the sigil stone again. The stone, once attuned, can be made to resonate at a counter-frequency, momentarily collapsing the localized phase shift. But the attunement is delicate and the power immense. This was it, the solution, or at least the beginning of one. Blackwood, in his madness, had also left the instructions for how to undo his work. But the phrase, the attunement is delicate and the power immense, echoed ominously in my mind. Could I, a cartographer, understand and execute Blackwood's arcane protocols? I drove away from Whispering Pines, the first full light of day illuminating the winding, deserted road. I didn't stop until I was well out of the Adirondack wilderness, until I reached a small, anonymous motel in a town called Pine Ridge, several hours south. The motel room was cheap, sterile, and mercifully warm. I secured the strongbox in the corner of the room, covering it with a blanket, though I knew its influence, its hum, was still there, a constant presence. The protective Ward Finch had given me, still in my pocket, offered its faint, reassuring coolness. I took a long, hot shower, trying to wash away the grime, the cold, the lingering sense of dread. But the chill seemed to have settled deep within my bones, and the whispers, though faint, still brushed at the edges of my mind, a chilling reminder of my encounter. Afterward, wrapped in a scratchy motel towel, I sat on the edge of the bed and pulled out my phone. It buzzed with notifications, several missed calls from Sarah, texts filled with concern. My heart ached. I had to call her. But what could I say? I typed out a quick, vague text. Hey, sorry, was in a no-signal area for a field trip. Everything's okay. We'll call later when I have a minute. It was a lie, but it was all I could offer. I couldn't burden her with this. Then I scrolled through my contacts to Finch's number. He was waiting. He was my only true ally in this madness. He answered on the first ring, his voice raspy with concern. My dear, are you all right? I felt a tremendous surge of telluric energy earlier, a powerful disturbance near Whispering Pines. Did you find it? Professor, I found it, I said, my voice hoarse, thick with exhaustion and emotion. I found the lodge, and I found him, or a part of him. I recounted my terrifying ordeal, the spectral remains of Whispering Pines, Thorn's horrifying fate, the confrontation with the Blackwood entity, the true gate, and my desperate escape. I described the sigil stone's bizarre reaction to the nexus point and the brief disruption it caused to the entity. Finch listened in silence, his breathing audible on the other end of the line. When I finished, there was a long pause. Good heavens, he finally whispered, his voice filled with a mixture of horror and grim affirmation. So Eris, he became a vessel, just as I feared. The entities are not merely invading, they are assimilating, and Thorn, a tragic, dreadful end. But you survived, and you have the journals. Yes, Professor, I said, holding them up, though he couldn't see. 2 of them, one on his theories and one with diagrams of his resonance accumulator and phase shifter, and something about counter-resonant frequencies and harmonic disruption protocols. He wrote that the sigil stone is the key to both. It can be used to open, but also to collapse the localized phase shift to disrupt their influence. A gasp of relief escaped Finch's lips. Remarkable, so he did leave a failsafe. Eris, despite his hubris, was a meticulous scientist. He would have known the risks of pure, uncontrolled power. So the stone, it's a double-edged sword, precisely as I suspected. It draws them, but it can also repel them if properly attuned. But I don't know how to attune it, Professor, I confessed, my voice trembling. His notes are incredibly complex. I'm a cartographer, not a physicist of the thonic domain. That is where I come in, my dear, Finch said, a new resolve in his tone. Bring those journals to me immediately. I've been going through my own notes, and I believe I have some foundational understanding of Eris's theoretical framework. With his direct research, we might be able to decipher his protocols. It will be dangerous work, mind you, playing with such forces, but it is our only path now. But the entity, it was using Blackwood's form, and it knows I have the stone. It felt like it was trying to take me, Professor. Indeed, Finch replied grimly, and it will continue to do so. The sigil stone now carries a piece of its consciousness, a point of contact. But Eris's research, if it provides a means of containment, a way to collapse the localized phase shift, then we might have a chance to sever that connection, to banish it back to its own domain. For now, the protective ward and its containment within the strongbox will continue to offer some measure of protection. But we must work quickly. I'm on my way, I said, already reaching for my clothes. The thought of another long drive was daunting, but the prospect of deciphering Blackwood's notes with Finch, of finally having a concrete plan, spurred me on. Drive safely, my dear, Finch warned, and remember what I told you. Do not engage with the whispers, do not listen, resist. We are close to a solution now, do not falter. I won't, Professor, I promised, hanging up. I dressed quickly, pulling on clean clothes, but the scent of damp earth and ozone from the cave seemed to cling to me, a phantom odor. I carefully resecured the journals in my backpack, making sure they were safely nestled amongst my other gear. The strongbox, still humming faintly, was placed carefully back inside. As I drove back south towards Finch's remote home, the sun climbed higher, illuminating the rolling hills and dense forests. The landscape seemed ordinary, peaceful, utterly devoid of the horrors I had just encountered. But the cold hum from my backpack and the lingering aches in my body were constant reminders that the mundane world I knew was now irrevocably tainted. The drive was long, giving me too much time to think. Sarah, I needed to see her, to hold her, but I couldn't. Not yet, not with the strongbox and its insidious influence radiating from my backpack. I was a danger to her, a walking conduit for cosmic horror. I pulled into Finch's driveway late that evening, the moon already high in the sky. His house, with its warm, inviting glow, felt like a sanctuary, a bastion of reason against the encroaching madness. Finch met me at the door, his ancient eyes scanning me with concern. He saw the exhaustion, the fear, the lingering cold in my gaze. Without a word, he led me into his study, where a fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls lined with books. "You look as if you've been to the very edge of reality, my dear," he said gently, pouring me a cup of hot tea, "and I suspect you have." I nodded, accepting the tea, grateful for the warmth. I pulled off my backpack, carefully placing it on the study floor. The hum from the strongbox, though less intense than in the lodge, was still palpable in the quiet room. Finch glanced at it, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. "The journals," he prompted, his gaze returning to me. "Let us see what Eris, in his final, fractured brilliance, has bequeathed us." I retrieved the two journals, placing them carefully on his large, antique desk. Finch donned his spectacles, his fingers, gnarled with age, trembling slightly as he opened the thicker one, the one on the resonance accumulator. He began to read slowly, meticulously, his lips moving silently. He flipped through pages, occasionally gasping or making a low, thoughtful hum. I watched him, my own exhaustion threatening to pull me under. As Finch delved deeper into Blackwood's notes, the hum from the strongbox seemed to subtly intensify, reacting to the proximity of its own blueprint. The chill in the room deepened again, despite the roaring fire. "Remarkable," Finch finally murmured, looking up from the journal, his eyes alight with a mixture of intellectual thrill and profound trepidation. Eris was insane, yes, but his understanding of geomantic resonance, of phase alteration, it was unparalleled. This device, the resonance accumulator, it is truly designed to thin the veil, to allow for interdimensional traversal, albeit of a spectral nature. He paused, then pointed to a diagram. "And here, this is it, the counter-resonant frequency calculations." He clearly designed it not just for opening, but for closing, for sealing, for disrupting. The sigil stone, once properly attuned, is meant to emit a specific waveform, a frequency that resonates with the chthonic domain itself, but in opposition, creating a localized anti-phase shift that temporarily collapses the thinning. It essentially makes the entities imperceivable, again, banishing them back to their own fundamental reality. A surge of relief washed over me. So it can be done, we can stop it. Theoretically, yes, Finch cautioned, though a hopeful gleam was in his eye. But the attunement process is highly complex. It involves precise manipulation of the sigil stone's inherent energies, coupled with a specific sequence of geological and esoteric currents. And the energy required, it is immense. Blackwood's device would have amplified and channeled those energies. He looked at me, a grave expression on his face. And there's a significant problem, my dear. We don't have Blackwood's accumulator. It's still in the lodge in the lab where the entity resides. We can't go back there. My heart sank, so close yet so far. Then what do we do? How do we generate enough power to attune the stone and create this anti-phase shift? Finch stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze sweeping over his own extensive library. Eris's methods were radical, but they drew upon older, more primal understandings. Geomancy, ley lines, telluric currents, the earth itself has power. Blackwood sought to exploit it. We must learn to channel it without the device. Is that even possible? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. Without the accumulator, how can we hope to achieve such a thing? It will be incredibly difficult, Finch admitted, his brow furrowed in concentration. And dangerous. The energies involved are not to be trifled with, but there may be a way. This requires a deeper understanding of the Earth's own resonant fields, its natural nexus points. Blackwood's accumulator essentially created an artificial nexus. We need to find a natural one. He picked up the other journal, the one I had first grabbed, Blackwood's Chronicles of the Chthonic Domain. He flipped to the beginning, his eyes falling on Ar's first entries, then on Blackwood's early, more theoretical writings. Eris Blackwood wasn't the only one fascinated by these telluric forces. Finch mused aloud, more to himself than to me. Silas Croft, he believed in harmonizing with these energies, not exploiting them. He studied ancient ruins, megalithic structures. These were often built on natural nexus points, places where the Earth's energies converged. They were in essence ancient organic accumulators used for healing, for prophecy, for protection, or so the legends claimed. My breath hitched. Croft, the name I had almost forgotten in the terror of Blackwood's lodge. Raven's Ridge, I whispered, the name echoing in the quiet study. His cabin. You said he studied containment and harmonization. Finch's eyes brightened. Precisely, Croft had a deeper respect for the Earth's natural power. He sought to understand the inherent balance, the way these energies could be used for containment, for warding off unwanted influences. He disagreed fiercely with Eris's dangerous conclusions, but he understood the principles. If anyone could teach us to attune the stone using natural earth energies without Blackwood's monstrous device, it would be Silas Croft. So, two paths again, I said, a bitter irony in my voice. Except this time we have Blackwood's notes telling us what needs to be done, but not how to do it safely without his device. And Croft might be the only one who can show us the how. Indeed, Finch confirmed, his expression grim but resolute. We have the theory, my dear. Now we need the practical application, the wisdom that only a true master of geomantic harmonization could provide. Blackwood's notes tell us what frequencies to generate, what waveforms to achieve. Croft, if he is alive and willing, might tell us how to do it using the Earth itself as our instrument, a far safer and more profound method. He closed the journals, stacking them neatly on the desk. This means you must go to Raven's Ridge. Blackwood's lodge was a place of dangerous, uncontrolled power. Croft's dwelling, I always imagined, would be a place of balance, of careful stewardship of the Earth's energies. He would have chosen a site that was a natural nexus point, a place where these forces could be harnessed and crucially contained. The idea was daunting, but also offered a new surge of hope, a natural nexus point, a way to use the Earth's power rather than Blackwood's terrifying technology. "I'll go," I said, my voice firm. "I'll find Silas Croft if he's still alive." Finch nodded, his gaze unwavering. "He will be your best hope, my dear, and perhaps the world's." He pulled out the topographical map of the Appalachian foothills once more, spreading it across the desk. Raven's Ridge. It's a series of steep, heavily forested valleys. Croft's cabin was said to be deep in one of them, almost impossible to find without local knowledge. But perhaps Blackwood's notes, with their intricate geomantic details, might offer some additional clues to a natural nexus point within that region. I will pore over them, searching for any cross-references to ley lines or telluric convergences that might point towards Croft's location. "What about the entity, Professor?" I asked, looking at the strongbox, which still hummed faintly. "If the sigil stone is an anchor, if it's attracting it, will it follow me to Croft?" Finch's face was grave. "Most likely, the connection is established. It will try to lure you to wear down your will, but Croft would have known how to protect himself from such influences. His cabin, I imagine, would be heavily warded, a place of sanctuary against such primordial forces. It might even offer a stronger, more stable field for the stone's attunement, away from the raw, corrupted power of Blackwood's lodge." "So Raven's Ridge," I confirmed, my